All right, getting things started here. Made it in time for the Schadenfreude stream. Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? Yeah, this is definitely the you all get to watch me suffer stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, Fur. Welcome, Brodator. So, welcome to Titan Quest. It is a game that I have been intending to make a redux on for quite a while now. And more importantly, I need to give you an actual disclosure before we begin here. I actually was provided a review copy of Anniversary Edition as well as the Ragnarök expansion. I was not, however, provided a review copy of the Atlantis or Eternal Embers expansions. I bought those. Just so you're aware of what we're dealing with here. And as far as the original version of Titan Quest goes, I have physical copies of those. Of the original game and the Immortal Throne expansion, I should say. Welcome, Rochester. The game, okay, here's the thing about Titan Quest. It's not a bad game. It's a Diablo clone. And if you've been watching my channel for a while, you should know what that means for me. But what's even more frustrating about this particular game is that it is a Diablo clone with extremely slow progression. You'll understand here soon. So I'm going to go ahead and just click on play here. Now, you can see I've got a couple of characters already. This is from previous attempts at getting the whole thing going here. So I have a level 8 warrior here, and I have a level 40 berserker. The level 40 berserker was from when I tried to mess around with the Ragnarök expansion. But we're going to be starting a brand new character here. So the really frustrating thing about this game, beyond simply the really slow progression, is that depending on which expansion you want to play, you have so you have Titan Quest, and then the original expansion was Immortal Throne, which takes place immediately after the events of the base game. The Ragnarök expansion came out with the Anniversary Edition, and it was meant to be even further beyond the Immortal Throne expansion. So that's why they give you this accomplished hero setting here, where you can begin the start of the Ragnarök DLC. That gets you to level 40. But then they did Atlantis, which takes place after Ragnarök, and then they did Eternal Embers, which takes place after Atlantis. Well, for Eternal Embers, you need to have a legendary hero, and that will bump your level up even further. I don't know exactly what. And that will start the Eternal Embers campaign, which is only available on the highest difficulty setting in the entire game. So I don't know why they did it this way. I really don't know why they didn't. set the Eternal Embers expansion up to where you cannot play it on normal difficulty. Because it's not like this game is especially easy. Let me put it that way. But we're gonna start things from the beginning here. And since I've already got Thorax and Astrid-Axe, let's see. What do I want to do here? I guess we'll do Dagna-Axe. Dagna-Axe. And we'll just go ahead and start this off right at the beginning with where the game starts in ancient Greece. And then it moves on into Babylon, or not Babylon, sorry. It moves on into ancient Egypt after that, and then ancient Babylon. But that's not for hours and hours and hours. This is a really slow game. Is it the Dark Souls of Diablo? No, not really. It's, like I said, it's not especially easy, but it's not especially difficult either. A lot of it depends on how you build your character out. And I will be fair, there are a lot of ways you can build your character out, which is actually legitimately kind of cool. And I will also be fair. The thing that really sours me to this game the most is that I want to like this game. But because it's a Diablo clone, I have a really hard time doing that. The reason I want to like it so much is because it is... I mean, it takes place in the ancient era across basically the entire ancient world. And it's a very good depiction of ancient mythological stuff, which is really cool. But we're going to go ahead and get things started.
One day, the sun will dim and spread a shadow over the earth. Temples, which have stood forever, will be destroyed. The heavens will vanish, and the gods will fall upon the earth. One day the weak will have power over the strong. The poets will stop singing and instead take up the sword. It is in these darkest times that the strongest of heroes are born.
Yeah, that's your intro. Basically, welcome to the end times of ancient mythological history. But yeah, it's a Diablo clone. You click to move. You click to attack. Starting out, you do not have any special abilities. You have strength, intelligence, and dexterity as your main stats, but you can also increase health and energy manually. You have a whole list of resistances. You have a whole list of bonuses and such. As you can see, you have things like beastmen, insectoids, undead, so on and so forth. You start out with a copper knife and nothing else. And you can have 2 loadouts, effectively. Let's see here. Yeah, it seems like they squandered the setting in like a waste of the setting. Yeah, it kind of is. And also, I should mention, the game originally came out in 2008. They did not do much to touch up the visuals for the Anniversary Edition. It actually looked really, really good when it came out. And it still actually looks pretty good now. So, yeah, I actually do not... Well, I'm not going to disable the tutorials entirely, because there is stuff that was added later on that I may want to... It does also have full voice acting for all of the NPCs.
Our village has recently been beset by satyrs and other vile beasts. The help of your fighting arm would be greatly appreciated. Our farmers cannot get to their fields, and satyrs, harpies. It's as if all the things painted on a vase were sent against us by some angry god.
Yep, so they start you off and it's just like, okay, just go whack stuff.
You must have been sent by the gods. Please, help me. That satyr.
And then you just run up and you start whacking stuff. And you can just click and hold to whack the enemies. And then you get your immediate equipment. If you don't have anything in your equipment slot when you pick it up, you just immediately equip it. We're going to go ahead and switch over to this hand axe because it does more damage, because number go up equal good in this type of game. Which is partly why I don't like them. Because they're so simple.
Thank you. Just go down the road.
But we already have some simple quests here. Just run up and start bonking things. It does also have ragdolls, which are fairly amusing. Especially since they tend to be kind of goofy.
Hello, I am Ace, guard captain for this small village.
And hi there, Roxanne. Hi there, Ghost.
Monsters lay waste to our farms. We're lost all the same. It's that cursed
Yes, this movie did come out before 300. Yeah, game. This game did come out before 300. Blech. My caffeine hasn't taken effect yet. Let's see. Remember, you actually played this game for a bit, didn't get very far because you got bored and you have a higher tolerance. Yeah, it is very, very slow pace. It took me, I want to say, for my first attempt at playing through the game, it took me something like 25, 30 hours to get out of ancient Greece. And this is a rebirth fountain. It's your respawn point.
Hello, stranger. I'm Diomedes, the leader of this small village.
Whack people, get things, rinse and repeat. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's a Diablo clone. So yeah, that's this genre in a nutshell.
Monsters led by a powerful satyr shaman appeared a few days ago and have driven us.
Welcome, Xenoforge.
We can hardly defend the
Big
village gates. And
bit of a slog.
destroying our crops. Our farmland lies on the other
Bit
side
of a
the
slog,
village,
yeah.
just
Mhm.
over this bridge. The shaman was last seen beyond the farms. We barely have men enough to keep the beasts from our gate.
But I mean, like,
Oh, muse, inspire me to speak of the mightiest hero ever known. What became of Heracles, you ask? What became of Heracles?
and they have all the flavor NPCs and such. But I mean, you can see the experience bar down here, and it's very slow progression.
Travelers, store your things with me. So long. You're going out there. Don't go unprepared. It is not safe. Buy what you
All right, let's see what we got here. And as you can see, various equipment has stat requirements, because of course it does. Why wouldn't it? But of course, we're going to do the standard Diablo clone practice of we just pick up whatever we find.
Monsters all over the village. It was so off, please.
And because this is a game from 2008 originally, you cannot pet the dog, which is 0 out of 10 worst game ever material right there.
These shrines are ancient.
Okay, so these portals allow us to just go right back to town to sell things. One of the very useful things, and we can also use it to go between the different major settlements. So we start out at Helos. The next one we'll be at is Sparta, which is basically nothing more than a camp in this game. Let's see here. Okay, so there's the bridge. There's down this way. Let's go across the bridge first, I think. Well, no, I didn't, because I said 0 out of 10, and I don't use a scale of 1 to, or 0 to 10. Alright, we'll go ahead and switch this over here, and we'll get the bow going there. Why not? We can sell the leather harness. This early on in the game, of course, we have basically no basically no damage, but no abilities, just a simple attack. Once we level up, we'll get access to the first of our specializations. And that's where things will really kick off, as far as our creating a character goes. Because, I mean, doing the entire game of just this would be obnoxiously boring, even for Diablo fans. I also don't have any healing items, which is a bit annoying. And that rock, yeah. Also, let me know if the game audio is too quiet, because this is actually quite a bit quieter than I was expecting there. Okay, Essence of the Golden Fleece. So these are relics, and you get relics and charms. They are used to upgrade your equipment. You get shards of them, and as you can see in this particular case, you get 3 of them. You combine them, and then it actually becomes something you can use. And something, well, more effective, I should say. And we're just going to grab all this broken, rusty junk equipment and just sell it. Because why not? Ah. Because we're not going to use it, so we might as well sell it. And now we've leveled up. We'll deal with that here in just a moment. In the meantime, I'm going to grab all this random crap laying around, and we shall sell it. Game's audio is really low. Okay. Give me just a moment here. I will bump up the game audio because it's quiet even for me. So, all right. Let's see. How's that? Is this better? Well, you'll know more when you when I actually get into combat and such. Monkey Man, you are repeating multiple times there, just FYI.
My blades will serve you in a pinch.
Alright, Titan Quest seems Kino, or the subclasses like Grim Dawn. Well, we will address that here in just a moment. You can right-click to immediately sell things. I'm just going to hang on to that torch for the time being, just in case. Alright, so we're up to 588 coins. Let's see. The only thing we can really equip right now is what we've
Until
got.
next time.
So let's see. Alright, so we're gonna bump up our level here. So let's see, we get 2 points. I'm going to put them both into strength. No, I'm not gonna put them. I forgot you. You bump it up, it gives you 4 points in the skill, so we'll put them into strength and dexterity. And then skills. Okay. Here's where the meat of the character customization is. You have masteries. Now, you can have 2 masteries. So, as it says, choose carefully. Once you allocate skill points in your mastery, you will not be able to undo your selection. You will receive a second and final skill mastery at level 8. So, as far as this stuff goes here, runes were added with the Ragnarök expansion. This right here was added with the Eternal Embers expansion, Nadon. And I can't remember if something was added from... Let me just double check real quick whether something was added with the Atlantis expansion or not. Give me just a moment here. I'll also check for which one was added with Immortal Throne as well, real quick. Because I know that one was added. Let's see here. Okay, so Atlantis did not add any new specializations. However, it did add a whole new tier of skills. And Immortal Throne added this dream set here. So yeah, the rest were in the base game. So now the question becomes, what do I select? Because that will dictate how we build this character out. Now, as far as what I have done before, my very first playthrough was about as boring as it sounds. Warfare and defense. So warfare is just attacking. Defense is, well, defending. So I was basically Warrior McWarriorson, and I just went up to things and bonked them upside the head. When I made the Ragnarök character, obviously, because it's Ragnarök, I selected this rune power here. And I don't know, it didn't really work out as well as I'd hoped. Now, I have not tried any of the magic here, so I have not tried Earthstorm, Spirit, Nature. I definitely haven't tried Dream, because I did not play Immortal Throne back in the day. Back when I originally did my very, very, very old review on it, that was a terrible video, and which I will eventually be redoing. Partly why I'm covering this game right now. I did not even have Immortal Throne at that time. I did pick it up later, but I did not have it at the time I did the original video. And I will tell you right now, we're not doing hunting. we're just not doing hunting. Bows are not good in this game. So, I'm not sure what this is. Let's see here. Any thoughts from chat here? And obviously, I have not done any research on any of these things, so I could not tell you if any particular one of these is overpowered or what. In fact, if I remember correctly, back in the day, warfare and defense was considered a very powerful combo, but I don't know. Rogue and Dream might be a good combo. Let's see. So, Rogue is reliant on hit and run tactics. It's less well suited to handling hordes of enemies and employs traps and trickery to avoid becoming overwhelmed. Something to remember about this game. You're almost always dealing with hordes. It throws a frick ton of enemies at you. Let's see here. Spirit. Let's see. It's life stealing, and at higher levels you get the ability to summon a Lich King. So it's kind of necromancy, but not really. Let's see. Dream. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So right now we can undo the selection, so we can at least look at what these various abilities are. Let's take a look at Dream and see what we get. So for every point we add into Dream Mastery, we get 2 Strength, 2 Intelligence, 35 Health, and 8 Energy. And when you get to these various tier levels of Mastery, then you get to mess around with the next skill. So with 1 point in the Mastery, we get access to these 3 skills. Then when we get to 4 points in the Mastery, we get access to these, and so on and so forth. So, let's see. Hey there, definitely not me. Welcome to the stream there. So, with if we go Dream Mastery, we start with we start with being able to select Sands of Sleep, which let's see, puts them enemies to sleep, rendering them immobile for a duration or until awakened by an attack. We get Psionic Touch, so psionic energies focused within our weapons will create a bone-shattering resonance, so that will add 30% to our total damage, and it has 3 charge levels. And then we also have Distortion Wave, so a wave of force is projected outward. Actually, yeah, Dream does sound kind of cool, doesn't it? Iron Lore Entertainment is defunct, can't imagine why. They ran into funding issues. This game actually was pretty successful. It sold pretty well, and it was pretty well received when it came out. Yeah, let's you know what? Screw it. Let's go with Dream, and then we'll go ahead and get this Psionic Touch ability, and we'll get the Distortion Wave as well. Because I've not messed around with Dream, so we'll be figuring this out together. So you can see here you have a right mouse assignment and a left mouse assignment. Your left mouse assignment is defaulted to basic attack. We're going to switch that over to Psionic Touch because that is our basic ability. And that will just automatically infuse our attacks with this thing. And then for this second one here, we can switch that over to any of these things. We're going to switch it over to Distortion Wave. But yeah, Iron Lore is defunct. You got to remember, this was originally published by THQ. It technically still is, but THQ Nordic now. So yeah.
Our farmers are terrified.
So yeah, THQ went bankrupt. So that should tell you what happened to Iron Lore. They ran out of funding. Their big publisher went bankrupt, and it just didn't work out for them. And now we get some health potions. We have a dedicated button for that, which is nice. Now, obviously, this early on in the game, we're not really going to be noticing much benefit from the Dream abilities. But as you can see, it does send out a wave attack there when we do the right-click ability, which is pretty cool. Now, of course, we have a very slow health regeneration rate at the moment. That will change. See, now we're actually doing a pretty decent amount of damage against level 1s and level 2s. And then this will give us a bonus ability here. Or bonus to our abilities, I should say. And now we just gotta defeat this Dark Satyr. And there we go. We've now completed the first quest of the game. And now we get our first magic items. Go ahead and open this up. We get another Essence of the Golden Fleece.
You can't hold anymore.
Oh, fun fact, by the way, if you are, depending on which gender of character you're playing, the voice that tells you things like you have no more room in your inventory will change. Just gonna throw that on ground here. We cannot equip any of this stuff, which is a bit annoying. However, we can get an upgrade to our bow, so let's just go ahead and do that. And then, let's see here. I'm guessing it's not letting me combine those because I'm not level 3 yet. Been a while since I've played this. Just grab this.
You can't carry anymore.
Yeah, you can't carry anymore. Okay. Alright, we'll just take care of these satyrs here. And let's see. Just go ahead and switch those abilities there. And then that regeneration shrine would dramatically increase our regeneration rate, of course. Most of them went and made Grim Dawn. I think so, but I'm not 100% sure. And TQ is one of your favorite Diablo clones. Colorful, cool level up system. Like, I'll be fair. It does have some cool things about it, but at the end of the day, it's still a Diablo clone.
Your victory
So,
today is great, but I fear there will be more
and let me just rephrase that. It's a Diablo clone with extremely slow progression.
I know it's not much.
So now we need to go find Leonidas and
Petit thank you again, stranger.
do all kinds of
We
stuff
are
there.
indebted to you. But
So now we're going to go ahead and
Don't
just sell our
forget
junk
armor
here
for your
real
arms
quick.
and legs. They're important too.
Let's see. I don't really see us using stabs, so I'm going to go ahead and sell that. We're going to go ahead and sell these as well. And let's see, is there anything I can upgrade to? Not really. Not really. I can, however, switch to this wool simple sash and get a small boost to energy regeneration, which doesn't really help me right now because I don't have many abilities to mess around with. But frankly, buying stuff at the shop is way too expensive when you can just find things. And of course now they're all quite happy that we have saved the village and the farms and blah blah blah.
You have our thanks. May her be.
And now we are moving into Laconia.
When a pack of Satan, they jumped out at us, and how have we offended the gods, Denise?
Alright, we're just gonna move along here and just clobber anything in our path, because experience points are extremely important in this game. Only game you truly enjoyed in this genre was Torchlight 2. Combat was actually fun, the way enemies explode was satisfying, it never got old. Really great skill trees for all the classes. I haven't gotten around to Torchlight 2 yet. I didn't like the first one though, I can tell you that. Surprised I'm streaming, though. I mean, yeah, I don't stream often. Well, I have this past week anyway, but I don't generally stream often because I generally don't have a whole lot of time. But if I have time, then I do like streaming. So. Now, what I find is that I generally do not want to use a weapon that's any slower than the one I'm using right now. Just line these guys up here and hit them with the distortion wave. There we go. Alright, is this knife any better? Nope, not really. But we can sell it. And this is a Shrine of Thorns. That gives us a buff that damages any enemies that attack, which is always fun. But it only seems to work in melee. And get a Draining Cleaver. I have a feeling that's... yeah, that's... we can't equip it yet. We don't have the strength for it. That would be a... it's a pretty significant upgrade over what we're using right now, though. Let's see. Is that any better than what we got? No, it is not. Okay. Let's see here. Alright, oak withered staff, copper garland, wool simple sash. I think that's better than the armor we've got. It is better than the armor we got, so we're going to go ahead and equip it real quick. Alright. And then that gives us a small bit of armor and some energy regeneration, which we don't really benefit from right now. Let's see here. First Torchlight is kind of garbage. Sequel's way better. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I have a copy of Torchlight too. I'll get around to it eventually, probably. Let's see. You're kind of excited for Titan Quest 2, but afraid that it'll go with microtransactions, which is annoying. Yeah. I haven't seen any real news about Titan Quest 2. I mean, I know they announced it, but I don't think there's been any news about it since then. So who knows if it's actually still happening or not. Alright, we're up to level 3 now. Go ahead and bump up our strength so we can use this cleaver, which has an enchantment on it. And then we can combine this Essence of the Golden Fleece there now. When you combine them, they become more powerful. And they also take up less inventory space, which is far more important right now. Thoughts on Helldivers 2? Not my kind of game, and more importantly, I will not play it because the anti-cheat for it is basically malware. Why they decided to go with it, I really don't know, but they did, so... And when I say basically malware, I mean that it's, it actually has had security breaches before, and so it's compromised. Alright. We don't have the intelligence to equip the bronze bangle right now, or this bronze garland.
You can't hold anymore.
Alright, so since we can't hold anything else, we're going to go ahead and just drop the town portal here and head back to Helos and sell our junk. Let's see. Hoping the murder hobo lackey paradigm in gaming will go away in the next few years. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
With those monsters
See.
everywhere, you
Thoughts
better
on
get
Zelda
some quality
Twilight
weapons
Princess
and
or
armor.
Twikite Princess? Well, I plan on reviewing it eventually. It's one of the better games in the series.
Goodbye.
And since we're already here with this stuff, we can just grab this junk and sell it later. Oh, game spazzed out on me for a second there. And now there's an undead here, and it's, oh, it just absolutely annihilated us. Okay, cool. That's the thing that happened. So now we suffer an experience penalty. Yay. Just what I wanted. Now we gotta go all the way back. I should probably bump up the skills that I have here. So let's see here. Go ahead and bump that up and bump up our mastery. And then we can just throw Sands of Sleep in our quick slots and cast it whenever we need to. Also worth noting that that Awakened Dead was like 4 or 5 levels higher than us. So they do way too much damage. But at least I took out one of them so far. And this other one is too slow to catch up with me. That just did like a quarter of my hit points in one attack. I'm doing barely anything to that guy. Where'd this other guy go? On the positive side, I can move fairly quickly. By the way, I am playing this on the fast setting, because if I wasn't, then I would probably go completely, just utterly bonkers. Alright, now we got that guy taken care of. We just bonk this guy until yeah, I think that missed actually. And that should do it. There we go. Alright, we got some stuff. Let's see what we got. Stuff we can't equip. Cool. Short sword. Okay. We reclaimed 2 experience. Woo. Copus over here, and that is way higher stat requirements than what we have. That's a bit annoying. Oh, we got a boar hide. That's another one of these relics. Joys of reorganizing a grid inventory. Alright, let's see here. But yeah, let's see. We When you were younger, you liked the beginning of Titan Quest, but the final act has so... Yeah, it just constantly ramps up the hordes of enemies over time, and it just gets... It gets tiresome. Okay, can't equip that because my dexterity is not high enough. I don't have any points to it. No, I don't. Okay. Undead aren't supposed to be a joke in any European setting. Yep. A few years ago in one of my videos, I mentioned G-Man lives. Do I still stay in touch? I mean, we never really stayed in touch to begin with. The dude lives in Australia, and I am on the other side of the planet, basically. So... But I know we used to like each other's videos. At least I used to like his until he started becoming much more shilly. Let's put it that way. All right. Do I have enough inventory space to pick that up? Yes, I do. Okay. These guys are actually doing quite a bit of damage to me. And now we have completed this quest.
Human face. I am Telis. Nicostratus made it back to the village.
This takes way too long to go through, so I just click through them.
These creatures live. If you see Nicostratus before I do.
Let's see what we got here. We got some gold. Gold is always useful.
You
a
can't
copper
carry
reinforced
anymore.
helm, which I can't pick up. I don't think I need the copper garland. I'd rather have the reinforced helmet. Because regenerating energy right now is not very useful to me. However, we can throw down the portal.
You have no more room.
And just go sell our junk. Finishing the game during this stream, right? So here's the thing about Titan Quest. It's something like...
Hello there.
I don't know, 60, 70 hours. I'm definitely not finishing it this stream. I actually don't know offhand how long the game is. Especially now that all these expansions are added to it. It just... Yeah. Okay, I've already got the copper bangles. Actually, I'll hang on to the greaves and this bronze reinforced suit, I think. Go ahead and throw that on for the time being. And... go ahead and sell the Copus, because by the time I'll be able to use it, it won't be any use to me at all.
We shall see you again, I hope.
And then this guy has a quest.
Still alive?
Oh, wait, no.
You
he's
saved the life of my friend. You saved the life of my friend.
That was just finishing that quest. Tiresome quest. You'd think satyrs would be much friendlier with a female PC or NPC. No, they're not. Monsters in this game are monsters, and enemies are enemies. That's just how it is. Also, it has the T rating, so behave, Rochester.
You can't hold anymore.
Go sell this junk too. At least I can just jump back and forth with the town portal just immediately. There's no restrictions on it. It doesn't cost any resources or anything like that. Just drop down the portal, go back to town, sell junk, go back.
Something?
Let's see, this is actually better. We finally have a magical shield, and it's garbage. But hey, it gives us cold resistance, some energy, and energy regeneration.
Bye, my friend.
Wait, did I have not? Okay. Actually, I can put this in storage. put that in storage for the time being.
So long!
Alright, welcome, Alan. Will there be a Stardew Valley 1.6 review? No. I may do a video on it. I don't know. Probably not, though. 47 hours according to how long to beat. Way too long for it. Okay. We've been over this. You know how much I hate the term ARPG to describe games like this. Loot and click. That is the term. Because that's what you do. You loot and you click. And I mean, I'll be fair, for if I were to just use this basically as background recording footage or something, it'd be fine. And I mean, I'll also be fair. Like I said before, this game still looks pretty good. And obviously, it's a game from 2008. There's only so much you can do with 3D visuals. But they put a lot of effort into the art style, and it really shows. And now we're going to start running into harpies, which are really annoying. And this is a pine legobalon. I'm probably butchering that pronunciation. And I believe critical hits are still a thing in this game too. Let's see here. Yeah, Stardew Valley is a very long game, very involved, so if you're doing it properly, it'll take you a while. And let's see here.
Thank you, you know.
This guy gives us a
Satyrs
quick
have
quest
always
here.
been there, deep in the woods. But I don't know when this was my home. It's madness.
It's
A curse
madness. Alright, we're getting very close to the next level, which is good because we need to bump up our abilities here. Why are you not attacking the thing? There we go. And now we leveled up. And whenever you level up, you instantly heal to complete to your max HP, and you also get all of your energy back. So that's good. Alright, we are going to bump up our strength here. And I think we're going to bump our dexterity too. And for our abilities, I'm going to go ahead and put a point into the mastery so we unlock the second tier of stuff. So, now we can get some interesting things here. We can start getting some combos and such. Alright. So let's see. Will Titan Quest get an MTO? I mean, it'll be either an MTO or a review, depending on whether I finish the game or not. Let's see. Because, I mean, I reviewed it way back when, and it was a terrible video, and I need to redo it. So it'll be a redux, technically, if it ends up being a full review. Alright, so we have Trance of Empathy, which is... It has a 12-meter radius. It gives 3 to 10% of attack damage converted into health and 15% damage reflection. Ooh. That could be very useful. And then we have Lucid Dream, which is a passive. Whenever you see these circular ones, those are, I believe those are actually passives. They should be passives anyway. Yeah. Yeah, the circular ones should be passives. So they're just always active. So this one gives us physical burn, or physical damage, electrical burn damage, and vitality damage. And then this is an active skill that we vanish from the waking world and reappear before a target enemy to deliver a monstrous attack. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and activate that and that. And we're just going to switch this over to Phantom Strike, and we're going to switch this over to Trance of Empathy. So now we're starting to get some cool abilities. Stardew Valley sounds refreshing. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I was not expecting to like Stardew Valley anywhere near as much as I did, and it turned out it's fantastic. The problem I have with it is that it kind of ruined that entire farming sim type genre for me, because it's just so good that it's better than everything else in the genre. So it's a bit of a mess. Oh great, we got another Awakened Undead here. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Oh, he's just healing everything we throw at him. Okay. Yeah, no, run away from that. He's just healing everything we throw at him. I don't think so. Oh, and he's following us. Very cool. Very cool. Let's see here. But yeah, Stardew Valley is very refreshing. It's a great just chill out kind of game. Stop following me. I can't do enough damage to you to offset your heal. I think he has vampiric weapons or something. See, one trend you hate is when people rightfully bash a bad game, and then all of a sudden, a few years later, people are like, "Oh wait, this game's all..." Yeah, that is a really annoying one. It has become fashionable to like garbage games for some reason. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong, I like a trash game every so often, but it has to be the right kind of trash game. Alright. Dealt with those guys. I can't do enough damage to take that guy down, because he just offsets every last bit of damage that I do with healing. He just immediately kills me because he does way too much damage. I don't remember there being these undead guys that just have stupendously high damage output for their level and such being in these areas in the original game.
Me. A strange illness afflicts millions of satyrs. Without this medicine,
alright, we need to go find this medicine that's been waylaid. These guys do poison damage. Alright. Okay, I need this trance ability active, and I need them to stop doing so much freaking damage. Holy crap. Good lord. Alright, we have a... what did I just do? Oh, I think I accidentally hit a button to respawn the thing here. Okay, so we found Tellium's Will, which is a very nice bow, which I will not be able to use because it has Dexterity 96 as a requirement. That's not good. I'm about to the point where I'm going to need to go back and start selling some junk here. Let me just deal with these guys real quick.
You have no more room.
Alright. Go back and sell junk, and while I'm selling junk, I will check the chat real quick. Let's see here. You got Stardew Valley in a bundle, you weren't expecting to like it either. Ended up sinking 60 hours into it the same week you started playing. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Good morning, friend.
Could be because those bad games are relatively better now compared to what we get today. I mean, yeah. Also, welcome Slow Mercy. Just sell all this stuff here. And I think I'm going to actually have to buy some healing potions. Because they are just doing way too much friggin' damage to me. But now we can equip these. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Some better armor, and hopefully that'll help. Probably won't.
Goodbye, my friend.
Let's pick up these random items here. Let's see. Any other halfway decent items I can pick up and sell later? Oh. Plague birds. They're annoying. Is this still active? It is still active. Okay. I'll have to come back and deal with that awakened undead dude once I actually have enough enough damage output to deal with them. Have I ever heard of Space Rangers 2? Yep, I have. Okay, they're doing a lot of damage to me. That takes care of that. And let's see here. Tough Brute's armor, a lesser health potion, and some other items. Oops, I keep hitting the wrong button. I keep hitting K. Well, that's just straight up better armor than what we got, so let's equip it. These are, by the way, these Legobalons are throwing clubs, basically. Seems counterintuitive, but, you know.
The way is clear. Now I can make the journey to Tegia.
And then, let's see here. We got a lesser health potion and our health and energy restored. That's nice. Yeah, I've definitely heard of Space Rangers. I have some of them. I can't remember if I have all of them or not.
You have no more. Your inventory is full.
Alright, well, let's just go back and sell our junk then.
You can't hold any
Oh,
more.
I'm trying to click on the... There we go.
Welcome.
And then let's see here. I don't have the strength to equip those yet. I will go ahead and throw them in my storage, though.
Goodbye, my friend.
I'll hold your things for you. Your goods are safe with me.
He sounds very trustworthy. Can't get the first game legally anymore? Sure you can. There's always a legal way to get something. Well, when it comes to games anyway. Depending on the game. Some of them are banned in certain countries, so. But, let's see. So, for something like Space Rangers 1, it would be you just find a physical copy somewhere. Because I guarantee you there are physical copies of that somewhere. They're probably not in English. So much damage! Ow! There we go, that's more like it. Alright, did he drop anything that's useful? He dropped a Gladius. Which... It's considerably worse than what we have, except it has a high pierce. So, something you'll notice about the weapons in this game. So, swords definitely do less damage than axes. But they have pierce. Meaning that they go through armor value. So, whereas axes do not. See, that's a better helmet than what we're using, so we'll go ahead and equip that. Yeah, as an aside, that's another trend I don't like in gaming, is the propensity of people to just immediately say, oh, well, you can't, this particular game isn't sold anymore, therefore, you know, go, therefore, just, you know, find it. Well, no, that's not cool, man. I mean, I'm not going to judge you for whatever you personally do, but I very much am not going to encourage that either. Because it is technically illegal. Technically. It's the kind of thing the publisher basically has to go after you for, though. Surrounded and getting clobbered here. I'm going to have to pop a healing potion. Just deal with these guys. Okay, there we go. Grand, thank you for the, is that, let's see, is that 5 Argentinian pesos, I think? I've been trying to learn the different currencies, but I think, I'm not 100% sure. But thank you very much for that. Every bit helps. Let's see here, buying physical copies isn't that much better unless you're a collector. Well, I mean, I am a collector. Give the seller €1,000 for a used copy or don't play the game. I mean, if it's a stupid price, then definitely don't buy it. But, I mean, I figure if a game is, depending on the condition, if it's, for example, complete in-box with everything and it's in really good condition, I'm generally willing to pay, for most games, up to roughly MSRP. Depends on the game, obviously. We got our first energy potion. Oh, Australian dollars. Okay, sorry. Because I know that pesos use the dollar sign too. So, hopefully our corporate overlords allow that site to Oh, that they constantly try to shut those sites down. Constantly. The problem for them is they're playing whack-a-mole, because one just springs right back up whenever they take one down. So. Yeah. I think that's all. I think that's the extent of that particular discussion. I think we'll have here. Let's see here. Yeah, there are some games out there that are quite rare, and the prices for them have gotten stupid. I mean, there is a reason that when it comes to Saturn games, for example, I don't even bother trying to go for English copies or North American copies, because the North American copies of every single Saturn game are stupendously expensive, and the working North American Saturns are, I mean, they're ridiculously rare as well. So I got a Japanese Saturn, and it was quite affordable, and I got a bunch of Japanese Saturn games, and they're also quite affordable. I like to joke about the best savings I've ever had on buying a retro game, which was just hazard a guess. I want to throw that question out into the comments here. Just hazard a guess what you think the best savings I've ever had on buying a retro game was. I will give you a hint. It's a Saturn game. And that probably gives it away, but anyway.
I know it's dangerous here. It was dark. I'm no rich man.
Okay, now we gotta go find a necklace. I'm just gonna wait for my health to regenerate here a bit. At least English translation patches are a thing. Yes, they are. It just depends on what your game is. English translation patches do not exist for games that released in English to begin with. So, for example, I have a bunch of games that released in various other English-speaking regions, whether it be North America or Europe. But I have the Japanese versions because they're just so much cheaper, and there's no translation patches for them. So I just had to muddle my way through it. Let's see. Was it that Mr. Bones game? Nope. Mr. Bones, the Mr. Bones Wild Ride is Roller Coaster Tycoon. That's still sold digitally. Or do you mean the, oh, no, you mean the, that really weird Mr. Bones game. No, I don't have a copy of that. Let's see. The Independence Day movie video game. No, I don't have that. Also, welcome, Mitchell. Let's see. Golden Axe? Nope. I've had a copy of Golden Axe since I got my Sega Genesis, because it came with it. It was the Sega 6-pack thing, which has, let's see, it's Golden Axe, Streets of Rage, Columns, Sonic the Hedgehog, and Super Hang-On, I think. And then, oh, there's one other thing. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head on that one. Let's see. Everything must be the next crypto. Guitar skeleton game. Yeah, that's the Mr. Bones game. No, nobody's even remotely close to it. Wait. I still have attribute points to distribute. Okay. I forgot I had attribute points. Oh, and I have skill points too. Well, while I'm waiting to hear, let's see here. Let's go ahead and bump that up, and let's go ahead and bump. Let's see. I'm going to bump that up, and I'm going to bump that up. Yeah, most people don't know very many Saturn games because it was not a very successful console outside of Japan. Nights into Dreams, nope, that is still sold digitally, and I have a digital copy of it. Not even sure you saw one live. I mean, I might stream one eventually. Alright, I'll go ahead and say it. It is Panzer Dragoon Saga. I have the Japanese version of Panzer Dragoon Saga, which is called Ozzel Panzer Dragoon RPG. Panzer Dragoon Saga, let me just quickly check what the price is on that. Because I know it has gotten completely out of hand. Alright, so price charting here. Alright, Panzer Dragoon Saga. Let's see, so Panzer Dragoon Saga, for a loose copy, currently goes for about $680 US. A complete used copy goes for about $1,170 US. And a new copy goes for about $1,425 US. According to price charting. For my Japanese copy, I paid like 20 bucks. I will take the $20 Japanese version, thank you very much. Panzer Dragoon is available outside of Japan. That's the thing. Panzer Dragoon Saga is the Japanese version, or it's the North American and European version of Ozzel Panzer Dragoon RPG. And Panzer Dragoon 1 and 2 were both released outside of Japan as well. It's just that Saturn games outside of Japan are stupendously expensive because the system didn't sell well. It had a relatively, and Western audiences generally treat their games very poorly compared to Japanese ones.
You have no more room.
So, 1,000 or $2 Australian here, yeah. That's a steal. I had the same kind of luck with stuff like... I find that the Japanese copies of pretty much anything is cheaper than the US copies. For example, I got a copy of Xenosaga Episode 3. And I mean, that released in the US, but I got a Japanese copy of it because the US copy is just so expensive. So, I mean, I just had to deal with the Japanese version because it doesn't have a translation patch. All right.
Your inventory is full.
Nope, I tried to pick up the gold, not the bow. Let's see. Do I have space for a throwing knife? I probably do.
Your inventory
No, I
is
don't,
full.
apparently. Okay. Well, let's go sell junk. Comparing 8-bit consoles and the ingenuity of arcade stuff eons ago. Long came the Amiga. Yeah.
Anything else?
Now I will say this, that there is a place for arcade games. You can't really get the let's see, we're in the Sparta region now, but we haven't gotten to Sparta itself yet. But there is a certain je ne sais quoi to arcade games that you just can't get from PC and console. But it depends on the console game. Or it depends on the game, I should say. Because the kind of games that work really well in arcades are the kind that kind of create a social experience around them. So it's like when you went to the arcades and played Mortal Kombat, for example. And there was that one guy who knew all the moves. And that was just everybody would get hyped up over that. That kind of thing. You don't really get that from PC and console anymore. Alright, we got us some useful items here. Just grab this random crap and go sell it.
Your inventory is full.
Let's see here. Exchange rate yen to US dollars is very favorable right now. It's always been favorable. It's always been something. It's always been somewhere between 100 and 200 yen to a US dollar. And prices for things in Japan generally aren't that high, depending on what it is, anyway.
We shall see you again, I hope.
And the really weird thing I've found about getting a bunch of retro games from Japan, for example, is that it is cheaper for me to get the Japanese copies and import them and pay all the shipping fees and everything than it is to get US copies of things, even if there's free shipping. It's baffling. Now, obviously, it depends on the individual game, but still. Alright, let's see. How is my inventory here? I got enough space, I can keep going. Just line these guys up. See, now that we have a few abilities, we can actually, well, do things. We can just kind of clobber our way through everything. Now, that's not to say that we don't take a ton of damage and, you know, get annihilated on it. Need to disable the item text, otherwise it keeps interfering with my ability to click on enemies. And then afterwards I can re-enable it. Let's see, what was it that, yeah, just drop that. The broken stuff I'm just going to get rid of if I accidentally pick it up, because it no longer is useful to us even just to sell it.
You can't carry anymore.
Okay, we don't have the strength to equip the mace. However, the mace is slow. We don't want to go with anything slower than average.
You can't
A
carry
copper
anymore.
reinforced great helm. going to... There we go. Now we'll be able to grab the copper reinforced great helm, which should be better than what we got by 1 point. Yeah, and then we can just open up our portal here and go back to town and sell our junk. Let's see, you had Rockman and Chase on PS1, Japanese only. I mean, depending on the game, it's not necessarily a problem. If it's a pretty simple game, you can just pick it up and play it, no problem. It's the ones that have a lot of text in them, or are very dialogue heavy, that can be really tricky.
We shall see you again, I hope.
So, for example, I have a bunch of JRPGs and such that I can barely read anything in them. Because as much as I can read hiragana and katakana, I have a really hard time reading kanji. And I have an especially hard time reading it if it is in a very pixelated old font. See, I thought I picked up a junk item here. Nope, I didn't. Okay. Let's drop this down here and go sell this junk. Let's see, you picked up a Sega emulator with 50 games built in. Arcade style controls. Yep.
Forgot something?
Alright. Is that better than our... You know what, I'm going to switch the, our secondary weapon over to that Legobalon of Brawn. Alright. Okay, we got us a bronze hand axe and a pine Legobalon. Let's see. Okay, we're very close to Sparta now. Let's see here.
You have no more room.
Well, we can equip that buckler on this character here, so we can just free up some space. Now let's see what we got here. So now we're running into the problem that I have with games like this, where there's a lot of the bonuses and such from loot. It's a matter of comparing and having to look at all these different resistances and extra stat bonuses and blah 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 and see whether the new piece of equipment is actually better or if it's just worse or whatever. So for example, these reinforced armbands have considerably better armor than the Bangle of Agility. But the Bangle of Agility gives me 4 extra dexterity. Do I want to get rid of the Bangle of Agility? Probably not. This, on the other hand, that's a straight upgrade. It just gives us more armor. Yay, more armor. More armor good. Keep it simple. Keep it easy to understand. And percentages and such, nobody understands percentages. I know there's a lot of people out there who make fun of people for not understanding percentages, but people just don't understand them. Because it's an abstract concept. Right now I've got this Legobalon. I'm just throwing this club here. I'm going to switch over to my actual melee weapon. Probably a better idea. What the hell? Oh, I bet it's not working because I am standing right next to the guy. And now we're at the Spartan war camp. So we are technically at Sparta now.
General Leonidas. He's just ahead.
Hold it there. No, normally you'd be out of if when you've killed.
Okay, this guy is an enchanter. We bring formulas, and then he can build those into artifacts. I don't know what those are. I think this was added in an expansion. Okay, we've activated that fountain. We have activated this, so now we have the Sparta waypoint.
I'm busy enough.
And now we're going to go ahead and just sell our junk here.
Hurry, what do you want?
Alright, let's see what we got here. We cannot afford that. So, keep in mind, we're, what, an hour and a half into the game? And we're already running into things that cost 27,000 gold. A short sword of destruction. But notice the things that you get from the shops are just nowhere near as good as the just random crap you find just wandering around and whacking things.
Yes, have a look.
And this guy sells stuff. I'm going to go ahead and buy a bunch of healing potions, because that's pretty much the only thing I actually buy in this game. I'll go ahead and buy some energy potions too, why not?
Come again.
Let's see here. Unsatisfying spreadsheet style planning in an action game? No thanks. I mean, this isn't really much of an action game, let's be honest. You just look at your DPS. Yeah, there... We'll do 34. It's not great. Math bad, big number good. Clearly you've watched that video. It's like, who needs survivability if the enemy's dead? Yeah, I mean, true. You absolutely do a spreadsheet for an RPG. That actually makes the pace enjoyable, and you have less of a problem with percentages. You just treat them like the fractions they are. See, I actually have a hard time doing fractional math.
If I look worried, to be honest, it is not to be honest.
The Ancient of War. Alright, so now we got some quests here. So we got defeat the Centaur Nessus. Let's see. Oh, I still need to go back and do that. In the meantime, let's just wander around this camp here real quick and just explore it. Alright, now where exactly is this cave supposed to be? And something else you probably never noticed as I've been wandering around here. There are no load times. And this is how the game was to begin with, too. Which is another kind of nice thing. Back in 2008, I mean, it was most games like this had loading times. That was a trend that didn't really change until Dungeon Siege back in 2001. That was one of the very first games of this type that I remember that didn't have load screens.
Yes, what do you want? Thank you for not loitering.
Let's see. Welcome, darling. You're gonna be playing Diablo Clone: The World Will Ruin. I mean, I've played them. I've done videos on them. I just generally don't like them. Never understood why there are even shops in these games. Loot you find in the wild's always better. Selling loot's kind of pointless since you almost never buy anything. You generally are going to buy potions or use it for upgrades or something like that. In this particular case, I use it to buy potions, because you definitely need to buy potions. Yeah, Dream is actually working out pretty decently so far. So good choice on that, chat. Dog's just chilling over here. Let's see here. Gold, helm, crude bow. Again, you cannot pet the dogs, unfortunately. Oh, we don't just float 50 feet over it. We can float much higher than 50 feet. Or I can zoom in really far. And then we can barely see anything. Yeah, Dungeon Siege didn't have loading times yet. So, no, the best thing about Dungeon Siege, depending on who you ask, is the fact that it basically plays itself. Which I never understood why people liked that. I figure when I play a video game, I want to, you know, actually play a video game. Let's see here. I'm not sure where that dowry thing is. I know I passed it up somewhere back here.
Found them, huh? How?
Let's see. Oh, there it is. I don't know how I missed that. I really don't know how I missed this. Oh well. We have rectified the problem. Euronymous Bone Picker. It's kind of like a... What are these things? I guess they're like weird amphibians or reptiles or something. I don't know. They're weak, I can tell you that. They're considered demons, so... And the damage does add up. When you got a bunch of dudes attacking you all at once, it's not great. Yeah, you are controlling a squad. Yeah, you control an entire squad, and it can get kind of silly. Oh, we got Demon's Blood and the Dowry Necklace. There we go. Demon's Blood is an upgrade item. And in this particular case, you can get it up to 5 times there. Just hold this over here. There we go. That's better. I'm probably going to have to put some of these upgrade items in the storage for later. I haven't even been using those shrines there. Now we got to go return this to this guy.
The necklace! My daughter will have...
And we get Essence of Dionysus wineskin.
How many weddings will we have? How many will be ruined?
So that can enchant rings and amulets. Each of these can be used for different, to upgrade different things, by the way. Let's see here. Wait. Is there a way up there? Doesn't look like it. Yeah. There's probably a way around, though. Let's see. Video game journalists probably appreciate how... I mean, they do. Clearly. Because they're a bunch of pathetic losers. It's partly why I've found more recent AAA games to just be so boring. They're just too easy. But they're too easy in a really dull way. I mean, I don't mind an easy game every so often, don't get me wrong. but when it comes to modern AAA games, they're so dull. It's the same damn thing over and over and over and over again. A copper hunting hatchet. Now we're just gonna sell that.
Thank you for
Let me see if I can find this, see if I can find a storage guy. I don't think there is one here, actually. Let's see. Enchanter, Rebirth Fountains, Spartan Watch. Yeah, no, there's no storage guy, as far as I can tell. Let's see, you'd pay good money for a necromancer game where you can manage your minions from a few yards back and watch some really heinous carnage. I want to say there are a couple of games like that. Like there's a roguelite kind of game that lets you do stuff like that. I want to say it's called Soul Ash, but I can't remember offhand. I know Soul Ash 2 isn't like that though. It's somewhere between a roguelite and friggin' Dwarf Fortress. I think the designer of that thing got really ambitious with the sequel. Let's see here. The reason you don't like Ultima 7. Ultima 7... Yeah, Ultima 7, you kind of have to make it be too easy. And by that, I mean you complete the... oh, what's it called? The, You complete the side content to get the Black Sword. Which then can just annihilate everything stupendously easily, and you get basically overcharged on your attributes, so you just become Death Destroyer of Worlds. I need to turn this stupid thing off again. Because the items are interfering with my bonking satyrs in the face. Alright, let's see here. Lesser health potion. Purple beads of foresight. Ooh, that's a green item. So, I'm trying to remember what the rarity quality colors are in this. I know, like, yellow is just your basic magic. Green is considerably better. Let's see. It doesn't say. Wonder if there's an option in the menu for that. I don't think there is. No, there isn't. Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. Let's see here. Starfield enemy squads getting pistol whipped to death by player 1. Yeah. I mean, I showed that in my review of it. Number go up gameplay has its problems. Oh, we got a ring. What does that do? Let's see here. I didn't even notice we'd picked up a couple of rings, actually. So we have one that gives us 5 intelligence, one that gives us 6 intelligence. Okay. This gives us 61 health. We've been running out of health a lot lately. So I'll go ahead and just throw that on there just so we have it. Let's see. Combat's pretty much automatic in Ultima 7 even without sword. Yeah, I mean, it's not a particularly difficult game. If you're not paying attention, then you can get clobbered, but you kind of have to go out of your way. But yeah, Ultima 5 and before were generally fairly challenging. Oh, we got a couple of knives we can sell. That's not even good as just junk to sell. Okay, that's a problem. Oh, leveled up. This dude is just a damage sponge. By the way, if NPCs kill an enemy, you don't get any experience for it. It's really annoying. Doesn't even matter if you've done damage to that enemy or not. You just get no experience for it. Oh, and in case you're wondering, enemies do not respawn in this game. Let's see. Can't equip that. Our intelligence isn't high enough.
Your inventory is full. You can't hold anymore.
Essence of Hecate's Crescent. It's another upgrade item. Upgrade items are always orange, by the way. About Kenshi or other story generations. I have not played Kenshi yet. I really need to get around to it. But yeah, the whole story generation game genre, if you can call it that, they're generally pretty difficult.
Okay.
Let's see here. You mean a generally sadistic game where you're literally right there behind a wall of minions, managing them and enjoying flying body parts and gore of the heroes? Again, I want to say there's a game like that, but I can't remember what it would be off the top of my head. Closest thing you know of would be a mod for Mountain Blade Warband, but that game has way too much jank and too little gore for your taste. I can understand that. Although I really liked Mountain Blade Warband. Yeah, the thing you're gonna find with a lot of the game ideas that sound really cool is that they're gonna be really janky. But a lot of times the jank is part of the charm. I mean, for example, Dwarf Fortress is really janky. However, there's not really anything else quite like it. I mean, there are
Your inventory is full.
similar games to it now, but even those other similar games just don't have the same kind of charm that Dwarf Fortress does. And she's more of a lifestyle choice. Review of Ultima Underworld, in which the reviewers were telling people to reduce the difficulty to easy. You always found that one on the easier side, too. I mean, Ultima Underworld is not easy. I mean, it's not super difficult either, but it's not easy. So I don't know why they were telling people to reduce the difficulty to easy. Okay, that's better than the ring that we had there. Slightly. Let's sell that too. Required strength 141. No, that's not happening. Not anytime soon.
Thank you for not loitering.
What are you doing, game? Iron reinforced great helm. I probably can't equip that, can I? No, I cannot. However, when I can now. Ha 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 ha. We have our first piece of iron equipment. I somehow forgot that I had leveled up. In fact, I better go ahead and put these skill points in real quick. Let's see here. Let's bump that up. Let's bump that up. So let's go ahead and bump it up twice. See, now we're actually doing some pretty decent damage. It's taken us a while, but we're finally doing it. Iron hand axe. Let's see what we got here. See, jank tends to be an indicator that you're in for something special. It depends on the type of jank, though. Sometimes jank makes the game barely playable. Or even outright not playable. Yeah, too much polish is... Yeah. That is one of the things that drives me nuts about Blizzard Entertainment in particular. Their games are stupendously well polished and really friggin' boring. I mean, seriously, look at, say, Warcraft versus pretty much any other real-time strategy game. I would take pretty much any other real-time strategy game over Warcraft. Not because they're better games, but because Warcraft is just so plain, for lack of a better way of describing it. Although, to be fair, Warcraft 1 is basically unplayable these days. AAA games are very polished. Some of the most boring games. Yeah, that is a problem I've found more and more with more recent AAA games in particular. If they're really well polished. Anyway, a lot of AAA games these days are not polished in the slightest and just barely functional. But if they are really polished, they tend to be kind of boring. Because they're just... They look nice, they sound nice, they generally control decently. But there's always just something missing. There's just not I said je ne sais quoi earlier, but it's really more like a rawness. I like there being a bit of rawness in games. Just a bit. You don't want it to be too crazy, of course. And now we have our first actual kind of boss fight. And he is just annihilating us, which is not great. These guys are not messing around. Leave me alone. I need to farm these guys first. That is... Yeah, this class really needs some better crowd control right now. Right now I have basically no crowd control at all. Alright. Pristine plumage. Boar hide. I think I have another boar hide, don't I? I do, actually. Alright, there we go. Now we're reorganized. Let's see here. Let's see, food can be infinite, and enemies usually die extremely fast, and levels almost don't matter. You didn't know how to level up the first time. I mean, it could be worse. You could be like me. I beat the entirety of Oblivion at level 1 because I specifically chose not to level up. Let's see here. Tiresome quest. Very polished, bland. I mean, it's kind of, but kind of not. Like, when it first launched, it wasn't all that polished. It had some jank to it, but the jank has been mostly polished out at this point. I really need some better weaponry, because I am just not doing enough damage right now. This guy thinks he's so cool, shooting me from a mile away with a bow. Well, I can travel through the dream world and smack him upside the head. Turn this stupid thing off again. No, don't throw the... Ah! So there is still a bit of jank in here, but it's not the fun kind of jank. It's the jank of you launch this attack in whichever direction you're facing, even if that direction is not the direction you intend to launch it in. Alright, let's see here. How are common folk even live in the world with it? From the way the game describes it, the hordes of monsters are a very new thing, because it's basically the end times of the world.
I was taking the bias is mine. You should be careful, young trap.
So these hordes of monsters, they're not normal. That's kind of the point there. Like, monsters themselves are normal in this world, but they're normally not quite this dense. Let's put it that way. Let's see. AAA games have no soul. Yeah, generally they don't. Polish SpongeBob. Far Cry 6 was polished. No, not really. No, it wasn't. But it was. It's not the fun kind of jank either. It was just boring. Centaurs and satyrs never overtly hostile in literature. No, they weren't. Now, centaurs were generally pretty benevolent, all things considered. Well, they could be kind of aggressive depending on the centaur, but they were generally considered to be benevolent. Satyrs not so much, but centaurs definitely. Let's see. Inventory Tetris, yeah. Yeah, level 1 is the correct way to play Oblivion, unfortunately. What's duller, Oblivion or Fallout 3? I'd say Fallout 3. Because Oblivion gets frustrating if you decide to level up. Fallout 3 is just always boring because every single enemy is a bullet sponge. And it's to the point where you basically never have enough ammo. It's incredibly tiresome. Let's see. You had difficulty playing Morrowind, but not Daggerfall. You found Morrowind brutal. Probably because Daggerfall has a bit more of a curve to it. Like, it starts you out in a dungeon, and sure, the dungeon can clobber you if you don't stat your character out correctly. But once you're outside of that first dungeon, it's not so bad. Morrowind, on the other hand, it will just clobber you right from the get-go, and a lot of that has to do with the way they changed the combat system up. So it can just get really frustrating there. Let's see. Yeah, once you've leveled up a couple of times in Morrowind, it's not so bad. And but yeah, Tribunal does bump up the difficulty somewhat. All right, we're gonna try to take this guy down. I don't really do enough damage though. It doesn't help that every time I try to attack him, I just keep moving around. He also attacks like 3 times as fast as I do, almost. And does way more damage than I do. And has a massive amount of health. I mean, we get it. Spartans are powerful warriors, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, this is an unreasonable challenge to expect any outsider to do. Like, I haven't even gotten him down to half health yet. And he's almost killed me, like, what, 7 or 8 times now? This is ridiculous. Well, now we're past half health, at least. It's a good thing there's not a potion overdosing mechanic in this, because if there were, then my character would have been dead, like, so many times over by now. There we go. Look how little experience that fight got us. Just ridiculous. 15 to 26 damage. That's not a significant upgrade. Centaur Curus of Insight. That doesn't really help us. Crude Buckler of Insight. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and equip that at least. Yeah, now we can go back to Sparta. Whoops. Let me just deal with these guys first. Oh, there's a majestic chest over here. How much you want to bet that there's basically nothing useful in it?
Your inventory is full.
Let's see here. Reinforced Helm of Energy. That's not useful. A Reinforced Helm of Endurance. That's not really useful either. The only thing the Souls games do right is having humongous monsters move like molasses in Alaska. Except they don't. Not anymore, they don't. Let's see here. guess I would sell those.
Thank you for not loitering.
Almost never play a strictly melee character in Morrowind. Yeah. Oh, speaking of Elder Scrolls, I did finally get Daggerfall Unity installed and just tested it out a bit just to make sure it worked, and it does seem to be working, so I will probably try to do a video on that fairly soon, hopefully. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it wouldn't be a review or anything because it's just a source port, but I might do an MTO on it.
You have no more room.
Nope, I do not have any more room. Okay, let's see here. Reinforced bracers of brawn. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and throw those on. You haven't bought a Souls game in over a decade. Yeah, it has been that long since I first started, hasn't it? But, yeah, no. If you hadn't played Sekiro or Elden Ring, then yeah, they started bumping up the speed of enemies quite a lot. Oh, that's just straight up better.
Bye.
Now we can go turn in these quests real quick.
Hippias was old Hippias was the most feared.
Alright. 500 experience, and it was just a tiny sliver. We already require, let's see, what, 35-ish thousand experience points to level up, and we're only level 6. It's just, the progression in this game is agonizingly slow.
Don't make him wait.
So you're the one who brought the centaur down.
Hi there, Steve Bloom.
Not only a Spartan warrior could accomplish such a feat. So you go now.
Alright, let's see. We did get a skill point. I'm gonna put it into Psionic Touch. Let's see here. Your inventory's full, your inventory's full, your inventory's full. Yeah. Welcome to games like this. Hey there, Mishu. I mean, I'm doing. Let's put it that way. Dark Souls getting faster. Combat started with the third game. I don't know. Technically, it started with the second game. It's very slightly faster in Dark Souls 2. In Sekiro, you were on equal footing. Yeah. That was the thing. Sekiro, the entire combat loop and all the speed of it was built around that parry system. Whereas in Elden Ring, they kept the speed of the enemies, but didn't really seem to understand the effect that had on the Dark Souls 3-ish style combat that Elden Ring has. I already have over a 500 HP. One less game on your GOG wish list. Yeah. I mean, this is a game for a very specific kind of Diablo clone fan, let's put it that way. And we can go grab these things and sell them later.
Yes, Delphi lies down this road.
Alright, we'll be heading now to Delphi. Actually making pretty decent progress here, now that I think about it. In terms of just actually going from place to place. Not necessarily of actual character progression or anything like that. Dark Souls 2 had the virtue of being nice to look at. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 was where they just leaned completely into the difficulty aspect, and they just made it bullshit. Dark Souls, like Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 didn't really have that problem though. Sure, they're more difficult than most other games that were coming out around that time, but they're not crazy difficult. I mean, hell, they're not even the most difficult games that FromSoft has ever made or anything, even up to that point. Stuff like Kingsfield is way more difficult. You know, I'm getting really tired of running into enemies that are about 3 to 5 levels higher than I am. But that's just the way this game is designed. By the way, notice how many healing potions I have. You see why I need the gold, so I can actually buy healing potions. Alright. And then we got another pristine plumage. We can combine those. Let's see here. You were trying an assassin in Elden Ring. Insane backstab damage bonus. Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of ways you can basically break the game. I just didn't use any of them. I tried to go for a paladin build, and it turns out that that's a terrible idea. So, you know. Let's see here. You're very excited for Titan Quest 2, even if you never finished Titan Quest 1, because it is daunting to play. I mean, daunting is not the word I would use. Let's put it that way. These troops just watch us fight entire hordes without lifting a finger. Sometimes they do fight with us. You have to kind of lead the enemies directly into them. But they sometimes do fight with you. You can picture yourself enjoying a game where you control undead minions. Part of the Catholic Inquisition. Oh, jeez. Just remember that nobody expects the Inquisition. Did I miss any side quests that could level me up more? Nope. No, I did not. They give us like 500 experience, which is really helpful when you need, oh, I don't know, 35-ish thousand to level up. At level 6? Yeah. They deliberately made the progression in this game agonizingly slow. See. Miracles bad in ER. No, the problem is that to have a paladin build, you have to spread your stats out too much. And the miracles they're just nowhere near as powerful as they need to be to make it worth it. Yeah, by the way, I still haven't unlocked my second specialization yet. That's not until level 8. And now I've got a dude throwing spells at me. Alright, let's open this up. Let's see what we got. Draining. Oh, come on, game. A draining short bow, which we cannot equip, because of course we can't.
Your inventory is full.
Hell in here is Lightning and defense.
Our
Yeah,
Spartan weapons are the best. Simply the best.
yeah, no. Let's see here. Yeah, that's no use to me.
Okay.
Sell that. Yeah, Paladin in Elden Ring is miracles and combined with Unga Bunga Warrior, basically. Because if you're playing with any kind of melee build, you basically either have to be Unga Bunga Warrior or you have to be Dexterity Katana Wielder, and there's really not any in between. If you choose anything else, you're just deliberately weakening yourself. There's a cave over here that we can't get to from here, so that means there's probably a quest or something over near that cave. Pathfinder Kingmaker, oh jeez. Pathfinder Kingmaker, I actually didn't have that much trouble with the progression part of it. I mean, it's kind of slow, but it's not so slow that it's a problem. I mean, by the time I gave up on it, I was basically at the end of the game, remember? My characters were level, what, 18 or so, I think? With a maximum of 20.
Your inventory is full.
It's because of the stupid mace. I will admit that the Dream Strike thing where you just kind of phase out of existence is just kind of cool. Let's see here. Four to 5 years each level. Not quite, but it feels like that. Let's put it that way.
You again. Thank you for not loitering.
All right, I need to go buy some more healing potions
Fine
because
items for magic users.
reasons. So shift click buys 10 of them. I'm going to get us up to 100 because why not? Screw it, I'll do it with these energy potions too. Why not?
Goodbye.
I'm not going to spend my money on anything else in this game, so. Game pads its progression. Yes, it does. You love Pathfinder because 3.5 is your favorite D&D. I mean, I can understand that because Pathfinder is 3.75. Basically. Pathfinder is basically just 3.5, but better. Let's see. Of all the Diablo clones, Titan Quest is your least favorite. The combat is... Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. It's... I think it's how quiet the sound effects are. 'Cause, I mean, let me deal with these guys real quick, and then I'll just show you what my audio settings are, and you can understand what I'm dealing with here. Because I know it's quiet for you. There we go. That's more like it. But, I mean, if I go into my options menu here, I mean, I can bump up the sound effects volume. Let me do that. Screw it. Why not? But I mean, even when you have the sound effects bumped up all the way, you barely make any sounds when you hit things. It's just... It's just weird. Combat just doesn't feel like it has a lot of impact, I think is the way that to describe it there. Oh, leveled up. I need to turn the stupid names off again because it's interfering with my ability to play. Alright. Let's drop some of these junk items here. Whoop. Nope. Wrong button. Alright, we got more beads of insight.
You can't hold anymore.
Let's see, is there like a knife or something I can pick up here? Well, there's a lesser health potion. And a copper hand axe, there we go. Deal with these guys real quick. Alright. Let's bump up some stats here. Bump up my dexterity. And bump up, let's see here, we have... I'm going to keep putting points into these skills just so we get everything going up here. Since that's my primary damage skill. Alright, let's see here. You don't like Diablo clones? The only thing similar to loot-based gameplays you like was Destiny. Yeah, I mean, Destiny has combat that feels good, though. That's the thing. Like, it actually feels good as a first-person shooter. Let's see.
You can't carry anymore.
You know what? I'm going to swap out this oak club for this draining ball mace because, you know, why not? Go through this portal down and we're going to go sell our junk. Let's see, depends on the game for you. Path of Exile 2. I mean, I haven't played Path of Exile 1, so I couldn't tell you whether Path of Exile is any good or not.
No,
but I can tell you it's a Diablo clone, so I probably wouldn't like it.
Thank you for not loitering.
Diablo 2 took a big nose down. Yeah, it's... Diablo 2 is just a mess. Or not Diablo 2, sorry. Diablo 4. Diablo 2 is a mess too, but for different reasons. And with the fact that it's so stupendously overrated. And I don't know if you've noticed, but the level balancing is all over the place. Like, these enemies are level 2 and 3. And I'm level 7 now, so... It's like they didn't really know what level you'd be in the progression at any given point. And I don't know what they were thinking with that. It's so weird. I mean, all the enemies are manually placed, and they don't respawn. So it's not like the developers wouldn't know what level you'd be at by the time you get to a place. And yet, it feels like that's exactly what happens.
You can't hold anymore.
Okay, you can have 100 health potions in a stack, by the way. We got a ring that gives us lightning resistance. Cool. Let's see here. Enemies limply falling away as a ragdoll. Doesn't help. Yeah, it really doesn't help. Combat feels floaty. Yeah. Really strange Angband variants. It's the... Yeah. Let's see. Or do you have any sound design? Juicy fat tones of Quake 1. Yeah.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, ragdolls can be really fun if they're goofy, but the ones in this, they just don't feel like they have a whole lot of... I mean, they do feel like they're heavier, actually, I should say, is the way I probably should describe it. It's almost like they're too heavy. They just kind of flop to the ground, and that's it. They don't go flying like you would kind of hope they would.
You can't carry anymore.
My Fallout TV show video and a couple more from other people, and made you kind of angry since Bethesda's Fallout's, despite you expecting it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes?
Reinforced bracers of quickness, which I can't equip because my level's not high enough.
Okay.
We're already almost back up to the amount of gold I had when I bought all those healing potions. Good old inventory Tetris. I don't know why that didn't trigger the first time, but oh well. We have another green item here. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Again. I keep hitting that button. I need to change that keybind, I think. If I can. Let's see here. Yeah, reset player. Let's switch that to something that I will not accidentally hit. Like, say, numpad 4. Where the hell am I? Oh. There's a cave here. I might as well clear the cave out.
Your inventory is full.
Not playtesting for sure, yep. You expected the series to be even worse than what they did. What surprised you was the Emil. I mean, it shouldn't surprise you. Emil's an idiot.
You again.
Yeah, this treacherous carved staff, I can't do anything with it because it requires intelligence of 110 and it requires level 11, and by the time I get to that point, I undoubtedly will have found something far better, and it's very slow and I don't want to use that.
Thank you for not loitering.
Watch pro editors help me. Discuss helping writers work on their novels and see eel spaghetti. Justified dog shit no editor would tolerate. Yeah, he's a moron. My inventory's already almost full again. Ugh. I just love it when they make the progression to where you're just constantly scraping by for every single tiny point of experience you possibly can. It's so much fun, isn't it? But now we're hitting the point where everything's really slowing down to a crawl in terms of progression. By the way, we have almost 16,000 experience points to the next level, and our current quest, let's see here. So you... I'm not sure how much it'll give. It'll probably give us like 1,000.
Thank you for not loitering.
Live action floater. I mean, live action, all manner of things from Fallout would be cool. It's just that we're probably not going to be able to see them, and even if we do, it'll just be them basically just pandering for no good reason. Trying to figure out where I am here. Oh, I'm just back here. Okay, that's not a big deal then. Let's see here. Head back into these ruins. A shrine of experience. Oh, hell yes. Give me that experience. Anything to help the leveling go more quickly. Let's see here. By the way, some of those sepulchers are actually trapped. Because of course they are.
You can't carry anymore.
Let's see here. You would have loved to hear Michael Dorn revoice Marcus. Yeah.
What is it this time?
But I'm sure Bethesda will probably try to kill him off like they did, you know, everything else in Fallout. Because, you know, you can't have nice things. That's not allowed. That's verboten. Last time you saw so much fan service. I wouldn't know anything about Adventure Time. Oh, there's a chest over here. Let's see here. Oh, we do have some space in our inventory left. We're okay on that. I really need to remember to turn that thing off until... Let's see, what did I get up to? I can fit like one more thing there. I need to go back to the, well, let me take care of this guy first. Well, more like this entire camp, I suppose. Okay. Beads of ability, which are not useful to me at all. Well, they're useful to be sold. Alright, now we need to go back to town and sell our junk. Next big bastardization is the upcoming 40K show. I mean... Games Workshop is doing enough of the job bastardizing that themselves.
Bye.
Pretty much came out with a generic multiverse plot. Oh, yeah. That's always... The whole multiverse thing, I've never liked the idea of multiverse storytelling. I'm stuck. I should probably activate this Shrine of Mastery. Because that just gives us a straight up proficiency boost with everything. Let's see here. 15 plumage. We can combine that. One of these days I'll get a full upgrade item, and you can see what those look like. Let's see, I don't have any other abilities, do I? No, I don't. Okay. Like a critical hit there. Now we've got boar riders. Because it wasn't enough to have this pile of satyrs that are just annoying to begin with. At least the Shadow Strike or whatever ability lets me deal with these archers who like to run away from me. You know, it's funny. There's, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Josh Strife Hayes. He does a lot of MMO content. But one of the things he regularly points out is the incredibly lame MMO combat mechanic of just auto attack with pop potions. And that's a lot of what this feels like. Just didn't have enough sisters about. Amazon didn't have anything to do with the whole Custodes thing.
Yes.
That was all Games Workshop.
Thank you for not loitering.
That was them just making a change because there's a tiny, tiny minority of people out there who are like, oh, why aren't there more female factions in Warhammer? And why aren't there female space marines? And blah, blah, blah. Even though it's been pretty clearly explained several times in the lore why there are only male space marines. And I mean, I say this as somebody who, you know, unfortunately, I don't really have the space or the extra cash to collect the minis, but if I did, it would be the Sisters of Battle. They are my army. So, I really need to remember to disable the item placard thing. Keep forgetting that. Alright, do I have inventory space? Yes, I do. Okay. I can make this work. Let's see here. Have I tried Phantom Fury? I mean, I played the demo of it way back when. I made a video on that. It was awful, but the game has changed a lot since that demo, so that demo playthrough is not really accurate anymore. Try holding click into manual click. I am holding click. Feels like people hyping up Spider-Man No Way Home. It's one of the worst written movies ever made. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, modern Marvel in general is just... It's where good writing goes to die. Let's see. Willem Dafoe was entertaining. I mean, Willem Dafoe is entertaining in pretty much everything he's in. So... Alrighty, let's see here. What do I have space for? Pretty much everything. Bronze ball minis, iron sudus. That bronze garland, and then go sell our junk. Yeah. No, they didn't add female custodies because they were bigger, badder Space Marines, and Space Marines are male. That's why they didn't add female custodies.
Thank you for not loitering.
That said, I will be fair. If you're going to make a Space Marine-esque character type and just suddenly make them female, the Custodies are probably the only one that can actually kind of get away with that in the lore, because every single Custodies is basically hand-created, whereas the Space Marines are all kind of mass-produced, so to speak. It's still dumb, but... I mean, it's about the only way they can kind of get away with the idea. Oh, and in case you were wondering, no, of course this game does not let you avoid fighting giant spiders, because why would it? Fantasy games must have giant spiders in them, period, end of story. It's a requirement. These are level 14. I'm level 7. This is ridiculous, game. Come on. Oh, and they poison you, by the way. Because of course they do. Let's see. Have I finished Titan Quest prior to this? Yeah. It's been a very, very, very long time. So I actually don't really remember all that much about it beyond just a general... What's the way to describe this? Just a haze of this game. Let's see here. Recommend DOSBox game launcher. I have to look that up to find out what that is. Yeah, the issue is that they handled the Custodies thing like shit. Yeah, they did. Because people didn't have as much of an issue with the change as much as the way that Games Workshop handled it. Because they just lied and gaslit people about it, and that's just not okay. Because they just were like, oh no, there have always been female custodies, but there haven't always been female custodies. And all they would have to do is say something along the lines of, well, they've opened up recruitment, or something along those lines. But nope, they're just like, nah, there's just always been them, and anybody who says otherwise is just lying to you. Let's see here. Still arachnophobic. Yeah, you don't get rid of phobias, by the way. You just deal with them better over time. Had Vasquez and aliens, yeah. Fair and balanced. Space Marines, everything. Smart gun operator. Darlin, you didn't know I'm arachnophobic? I thought it was pretty well known. I mean, I've gotten a lot better about it over the years. Like, they used to just absolutely freak me out, but they don't really freak me out anymore. They make me very uncomfortable. But yeah. I mean, it really doesn't help. A lot of people don't realize that, because for a lot of people, especially in Europe, for example, you don't actually have to worry about particularly venomous spiders. We do in the US. And so do Australians. Australians, if there's Australians in the audience, I know there was one earlier, I don't know if he's still around.
You can't hold anymore.
Australians have to deal with them too, and it's not okay. Yeah, they also have to deal with really, really friggin' big ones. Sausage parties are boring. I mean, that is kind of the problem I have with the this big push for female representation and things, because it's not actually pushing for female representation as much as it is just gender swapping a character that is coded as male anyway. Because think about the female characters you see being pushed in things. They generally don't act feminine. They generally act very masculine. So it's just cheap virtue signaling, and it's pathetic. So it's the kind of thing that you look at and you're like, no, this I see what you're doing, and it's dumb. Well, we've cleared out that cave. Where am I supposed to go now? Oh, I just went off the beaten path anyway. Okay, oops. I have a habit of doing that, but hey, experience points are experience points. Gold is gold, loot is loot. Well, we have stumbled upon the village of Tegia, or Tegia.
The water by our village has gone foul, with the village spring tainted,
Alright, so we have a side quest to clean up the spring. What's over here? Some satyrs are over here. Not for long, they aren't. Alright, you got some gold. Let's see here. There's a merchant over here that I can sell stuff at.
I used to sell plows and scythes to farmers, but since the monsters, it's been swords and shields, greaves and spears.
Let's see here. These really aren't any better than what I got.
Gods smile on you.
Skill points, no. Alright, we are at 1,500 to the next level. Let's see how much this will give us. 1,500 experience. You see the problem with the progression here? I'm gonna get to that point and level up before that quest even gives me the reward. Most likely. Zombies. Of course there are zombies. Why wouldn't there be zombies? It would help if I clicked on it. Yeah, I'm at the point where this weapon is just, it's not working out. I really need a better weapon. But I'm not finding anything better, so. Let's see here. You were actually enlisted, you know. Yeah, in Brazil, yeah, in Brazil you have the rainforest. It is not to be trifled with. Another boar hide. We can combine that with the others. Leveled up. Now we have unlocked our second skill mastery, which I will deal with in a moment here. Just bump up my stats real quick. Oh, you think you can keep shooting at me, do you? Have an axe to the face. There we go. Now that we have a moment here, let me just grab these items real quick. Now, let's see here. Now we can select our second mastery. So, let's see. I am going to head back into the town, however, before we decide not to mess around with that. And sell this junk.
Good day.
That does slightly more damage, but it's not really a beneficial upgrade for me. Right, we are almost at the point where this boar hide charm is fully upgraded. So that's good. But I'm going to go ahead and, let's see here. I'm going to throw this mastery screen up here. And I'm going to take a very quick break, but I'm going to leave this mastery screen up. Because I just need to go grab a drink and a snack real quick. And I will let chat give their input on what you think my next mastery should be. We currently have Dream. It's working okay, but you've been seeing what kind of limitations it has, so just let me know what you think, and I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for bearing with me there. What did we decide on? Let's see here. I'm gonna have to scroll up through the chat real quick. So we got a nature. For the amount of damage I'm taking, it seems like I'll have to go with defense. Rogue. What does spirit entail? It's kind of like necromancy. Let's see, storm, earth. Okay. Let's see. Earth with AoE or a storm better. Storm only has lightning as AoE after the chain lightning upgrade, but it's pretty late. Talking about spiders. Also welcome Yorkin. Alright, so it seems like the thing that's winning out is mainly defense. Watching my videos for years, well, thank you very much. Glad you found them useful or enjoyed them, or however you enjoyed the videos. Defense sounds the most practical. I'm no masochist. I mean, you say I'm not a masochist, but then again, I was playing Mordor: The Depths of Dagna yesterday. And I'm a big fan of Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld. So let's see, defense. Yeah, defense seems pretty useful. I have no idea what this Nadon is. What I'm probably going to do for Nadon is I'm probably going to have to create a character specifically for the Embers expansion. And since this is something they added into that expansion, I'm probably going to have to select this and just mess around with it and figure out what that is. You don't know when exactly I beat King's Quest 3. No, I've deliberately avoided saying what my age is on the channel, precisely because the range of guesses amuses the living hell out of me. I've had everything from extremely low all the way up to like close to 80 or 90. It's just, it's great. And they're almost never even remotely close, which is what makes it so funny. Well, my videos save you time and money. Well, I'm very glad, because that's basically what I make them for. I make them to help people, to help steer people into games that are actually really fun and are well worth the time and the money, and away from games that are not worth the time and the money. Defense has adrenaline rush, which was bonkers. Okay. 69 hit. 420 hit. Defense favors most from maces. Okay. Well, let's just open it up and just see what we don't have to select it yet. Wielding a club or an axe. Okay. Well, I mean, I've been using axes mostly. Well, I've had this axe since pretty much the beginning of the game, let me put it that way. Let's see here. And I mean, I've been using a shield too, so you know what? Let's use defense mastery here, and we'll see here. And we'll put a couple of points into concussive blow there. Alright, so we have defense and dream mastery. I'm not sure exactly what that makes us. It makes us a Templar. Okay. I can't remember what this slot here is for off the top of my head. But let's continue on here. Well, that went well. Alright, let's see here. Clobber those undead. Alright, let's see, we got a draining cleaver over here. We got Essence of Hermes Sandal. We're finding lots of these upgrade items. Let's see. Oh, this is just straight up better than the cleaver we have, only it doesn't do much more damage, but it is more. We went from 37 DPS to 40 DPS. I mean, it's better than nothing. One of the passives decrease recruitments for more. Yeah, I have done.
You can't carry anymore.
Like, I don't think you were here when I mentioned this. When I first played the game, I did attack and defense as my two masteries. I was just basically a melee bot, and that was kind of a mess.
No loitering. Bye.
Oh, we got another plague bird. I should know. Let's see. No, there are a fair few active abilities with defense. I'm probably going to be relying mostly on the Dream Mastery actives, because most of the things for defense are passives, it seems. Only pays lip service to its setting so far. Yeah, it kind of only does, doesn't it? Okay. Go into this mausoleum or whatever here. That's a lot of dudes. That's an awakened dead. That's a lot of dudes of fairly high level that do a lot of damage. Now stop getting stuck on things, please. That does not help me out any. Okay. I think that was actually blocked by the doorway there. Alright, let's see here. So much damage. There we go. Protective simple wraps of endurance. The names for these things also just get ridiculous. The further you get in, you start. Let's just throw random modifiers on everything. It would really help if I could actually move that to the side, but I can't.
You can't carry anymore.
Just head back to town and sell our junk. From what you've seen in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, it doesn't have the idiocy of leading wild lynxes into Athens so they can maul the population. I haven't gotten around to Odyssey yet. I've still been trying to work on Origins. And I mean, I'll be fair about Origins. Like with all of the Assassin's Creed games I have played thus far, they do a really good job of depicting the setting. At least the way it looks and sounds is really good. But as a game, it's just kind of eh. I really don't like their significant change to the gameplay mechanics.
You have no more room. You can't carry anymore.
Let's see here. I don't have enough strength to use these greaves. That's where defense will partly come in handy when I eventually get more skill points.
You again. Goodbye.
Yeah, attack wants you to use dual wielding, and then defense wants you to use the shield. It does get kind of messy. That is a level 14 zombie, because of course it is. Why would it be? That is quite a few of those, actually. Oh, it's because of this guy. Okay, that explains a lot. He is way higher level than I am. Oh, come on, game. There we go. He just keeps summoning more zombies. So many zombies. And I do barely any damage. By the way, this is on normal difficulty, in case you forgot. It's not like I'm playing this on a heightened difficulty setting or anything. This is just how the game is. I mean, this is just ridiculous. So many zombies. At least get these guys real quick. Okay, I'm getting really tired of being stunned. Very rude.
Not enough energy.
Oh, now I need to use an energy potion. Okay. I see how it is. Please stop summoning zombies. Please stop stunning me. Oh, and he's healing, by the way. I have, like, no area effect attacks that could actually deal with this problem. I'm not sure I can beat this guy. Like, I'm legitimately not sure if I can beat him. Because I think he's outpacing my damage with his healing. Well, I'm stuck now. I'm probably gonna die. Oh, never mind. We're okay. For now. For now. It doesn't help that every time I try to click to move, I run into a zombie. Because he just keeps summoning them. I don't even have time to look at the chat right now because there's just too many enemies on screen right now. And I'm doing basically no damage to them at all. I really hope that after I beat this guy, the zombies he summoned will just disappear. That'd be great. They didn't disappear. Oh no. Surprised they're not doing very much damage to me. Considering they're, you know, what, 6 levels higher than I am? Okay. There's still a ton of them in here. Okay, there we go. Okay. So, I'm gonna go back over it here, away from any potential enemies, while I check on the chat real quick. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. One guy yesterday asking if Fallout 2 had retcons. Reminded you of people defending Bethesda by pushing every retcon in the series to New Vegas. Ugh. Bethesda fans are just the worst. Well, I'll be fair, actually. They're not the worst. The worst are... Let's see. The worst are probably Valve fans, because they have actually sent me death threats, so, you know. Because how dare I not like Team Fortress 2? How dare I? Let's see here. Thankfully, I don't really get death threats anymore, but, you know, whatever. You'll never find modding anything past Morrowind fun, so because the scripting engines are garbage and you're tired of it. Yeah, I can understand that. I will be rewarded for this with like 1300 XP. Yup. One of those get back when you're stronger bosses. Well, I beat it anyway. How many more levels do I need before I can start doing more than just whacking and bows? Yes, I think. I don't know. I really don't. The Greeks had, yeah, the Greeks had Greek fire. Let's see, zombie games could be made far more interesting if you're the one starting and managing the zombie apocalypse. I mean, yeah. Some mechanics for fire could have been handy, but nope. No, they didn't. They didn't have anything like that. Yeah, some people have serious problems. I do not understand Valve fanboys at all. I really don't get. They make no sense to me at all. Just the sheer level of delusion they have to go through. Like, I'm not even getting good loot because everything is...
Your inventory is full.
...randomly generated.
You have no more room.
Let's see. Seriously, game? The trap is going to kill me? Okay, fine, whatever. Ugh, this is a mess. Let's see, we're just gonna head back to town and sell our junk. And then come back and get more junk to sell, and then go back and back and back and back. Ugh. You having fun?
Yes? Okay.
You have no more room.
Leave if you please turn back and save our...
You can store your goods with me.
I don't know why I didn't remember to do this earlier. Because those upgrade items are just taking up way too much inventory space right now. When I hit level 11, I'll be able to use these and they'll... I mean, sure, they don't give me as much energy, but they give me more bonuses, so...
I keep you?
With those
I'm not doing
monsters
this.
everywhere, you
These
better get some
while I'm
quality
here.
weapons and armor. Goodbye, my friend.
Alright, let's see here. You love Valve's games, but as a company, they've done a lot of questionable things. Like what they did with CS2 was insane. Yeah. That was awful. One of the most anti-consumer things they've ever done. There's still zombies in here. As if I haven't destroyed enough zombies already. Alrighty. Grab that gold real quick. Where's my inventory? Not great. Okay. Go back and sell this junk.
What? Okay.
Okay. Honestly, I think we're probably just gonna leave the rest of this stuff sitting here because it's just not worth even constantly going back and forth there. So we'll just collect things as we continue on here. Ow! That's very rude. At least I can deal with those guys now, though. Remember earlier, the one just practically one-shot me. You know, I find it interesting that we're in ancient Greece, and yet we keep finding gladii. I mean, I expect to find Copus, but not gladii. All right, let me go back to chat here. I'm sure I missed a few things. He totally just rediscovered it. No, he invented it. He clearly invented it. You're not having to. Zero, you're playing Bard's Tale. You're playing the Bard's Tale trilogy, right? If you're still playing Bard's Tale 1, yeah, I understand. You probably would find this amusing. I decided to mess around a bit with Devil Whiskey yesterday. It is a very Bard's Tale-esque game. And, I created my party, I stepped out, ran into a group of 6 drunk town folk, and they absolutely annihilated my entire party. Just right at the beginning of the game. So, yeah. Oh, I totally understand the whole Bard's Tale is BS thing. Let's see here. You feel like you're disappointed with game dev studios in general? You don't even like Obsidian? Well, I mean, I can't really blame you for not liking Obsidian anymore. The last game they really released was The Outer Worlds, and it wasn't very good. I haven't gotten around to Pentiment yet. Pentiment has been pretty well received, but I haven't gotten around to it yet, so I couldn't really tell you on that. And Pillars of Eternity was just... I want to like Pillars of Eternity, but every time I play that game, I just get so tired of the exposition dump dialogue. And I hear that the second game is way better than the first one, but that's, you know, whatever. Too bad an Arx cart can't fit into the teleport. I know, right? Too bad you can't expand your inventory size as far as I'm aware. You hated Tyranny. I've only heard good things about Tyranny, so I'm surprised you hated it. And hey there, Osh. Been following me for years. Glad to see it. Glad you like the videos and such. And yeah, it's good to be streaming again. So you hated Fallout 4, obviously. Let's see, Fallout 1 or Fallout 2? I prefer Fallout 1. Fallout 2 is a better game mechanically, but Fallout 1 is just better overall. Let's see here. Find creative ways to clear Quarry Junction keeps bringing you back to New Vegas. I mean, New Vegas it still holds up really well. What's the level cap for this game? I don't know off the top of my head. I think it was 40 in the original game, and then after that they expanded, but I'm not 100% sure. Let me double check real quick. Okay, so the skill cap, or not skill cap, sorry, the level cap in Anniversary Edition is 85, apparently. So it was bumped up to 85 as of the Anniversary Edition, and Ragnarok, Atlantis, and Eternal Embers are all 85. That said, let's see here. It looks like as of Immortal Throne, the maximum was level 75. So yeah, there is absolutely no reason in hell that the progression needs to be as slow as it is. Devil Whiskey, just so you're aware, Zero, it's you can get it on Gamersgate, but it's a weird game. It's very Bard's Tale-esque. It's pretty much a Bard's Tale clone. maximum party size is 8, which is a lot for a game like that. But you can find companions as you're wandering around, so you may want to hold off on maxing out your party there at the beginning. Randomly generated stats, of course. You definitely need to read the manual to be able to play it, because it's just... it explains absolutely nothing in the game itself at all. As far as I noticed, what little I messed around with it anyway, there wasn't even an auto map feature, and it was I want to say it came out in 2003 or so. Let's see here. Let's go to the shop real quick. Let's see.
But the blades are sharp.
Sell that.
Come again.
I sing now.
Let's see, where am I trying to go here? I guess I'll go down this way. Just see what's down here. I have a side quest, don't I? Yeah, the Poison Spring. Okay, yeah. 1,500 experience is basically nothing when you know, need almost 14,000 to get to the next level at frickin' level 9. But, you know, whatever. Now, I should mention, Zero, that I'm not sure if Devil Whiskey has an auto map feature or not, because, like I said, the game explains literally nothing in-game. You have to read the manual. And when I looked at the manual, I didn't see anything that explained an auto map feature, but I wasn't looking for that information at the time because I was just putting together characters and needed to know what the character classes were and that sort of thing. So there might be an auto map in there somewhere, but I wasn't aware of it off the top of my head. If you wanted to draw a map, you play Etrian Odyssey. Etrian Odyssey technically has an auto map. It at least fills in the tiles that you're moving on. It's just that you fill in the rest of it. You fill in the details. By the way, I do have all of the Etrian Odyssey games except for Etrian Mystery Dungeon 2. I do plan on covering them eventually. I was kind of waiting until the Etrian Odyssey Trilogy HD, whatever thing they're calling it, goes on sale for a really cheap price before I cover it, though, because I have the original versions of the games, so they're a little bit trickier to record. Yeah, the HD version has an auto map. Well, even the original versions of Etrian Odyssey had at least some degree of auto map. It may be on sale right now, but it's not a good time for that. And it's also not cheap enough for me yet. Let's see, where am I going here? Whoops, wrong button. Okay, I've already explored the cave. Alright, let's head this way. There's the battle marker, which I think increases my damage, but I'm not 100% sure. That's my inventory space. Not great, not terrible. Yeah, $20 for each game is it's a lot when you already own the games. Let's put it that way. Didn't expect me to like Etrian, honestly. I mean, I do, but I don't at the same time. I mean, I like dungeon crawlers in general, but the JRPG aspect of it and the JRPG aspect of it I really don't like.
You can't carry anymore.
Of course I can't carry that. You know what? Screw it. We're dropping the leather bracers and picking that up because I can at least sell it if I can't use it. That said, I think I'm going to go ahead and just equip this because it's better than the one I've got, although not by a lot. And then I'm going to go ahead and equip those because they're better. I still feel like I'm just not doing anywhere near enough damage. Class of Heroes also released its HD version. Yeah, I noticed that. That's out now? Okay.
What is it?
I didn't think it was out yet. I did see it, but I didn't think it was out yet.
Goodbye.
You really doubt I'll enjoy Tyranny? Just started the cringe dialogue they have fallen out of Worlds. The gameplay loop is really formulaic to the point. Okay. Companions are unbearable. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, we'll get there when we get there. We'll see what happens. Where did I see the dev of Mordor talk about the update? On their forums, actually. Kind of surprised it took you this long to respond to that, actually. Because I mentioned that a long time ago in this stream. But yeah, it was on the forum. They mentioned it. It was in... I can't remember exactly where it was on the forum. It was in one of their development update things, though. Damn harpies, I feel like I'm playing Dragon's Dogma again. Only at least I don't have the pawns constantly shrieking about harpies and being careful arisen. You know, we got 2 pristine plumages. I think that's enough to get the pristine plumage I had up to the maximum upgrade level for it. Let me go back here.
Hail, travelers! Store your
Yep,
things
it is
with
actually.
me.
Okay. Alright, so now we'll get to see what this does here. So, when you combine all the numbers of all the amount of a particular charm, the charm becomes full, and it gives you an extra bonus. So this can enhance armor. And, I mean, it doesn't give much of a bonus. Well, let's see here. Are you sure you wish to enhance this item? Sure, why not? So now we have an iron reinforced great helm that has this extra poison resistance and extra armor. It's such a minimal bonus that, whatever. Monday, I'll follow on with the remaining games in the Leisure Suit Larry series. Yeah, eventually. Although I'm not entirely sure YouTube would particularly like me covering the newest ones, because they get pretty raunchy. Like, the older games in the series were never really... I mean, yeah, they're mature-oriented, but they're not, like, raunchy. They're kind of goofy. The newer games in the series, starting with Magna Cum Laude, were just... They got raunchy. And increasingly unfunny, from what I remember. Although I haven't played the two newest ones, which I believe were made by the guys who did the... if I remember correctly, the guys who did the HD remake of Leisure Suit Larry 1 did the newest games in the series, but I'm not 100% sure. I do believe that the studio that made them is German, though, which would explain the raunchiness, because, well, Germans. I say that lovingly, of course. It will never not be funny to me that whenever I went to various places in Germany and there was just, you know, nobody gave a shit about nudity or sexual stuff just in public. Or at least to a point, anyway. Let me put it that way. Is Larry 6 is your favorite? Aside from one particular joke. Some sheep. You'd think a game review would get a pass. You would think, but you'd be amazed. You would be amazed. They have gotten increasingly restrictive on what is allowed on YouTube. But the worst part is they're wildly inconsistent about enforcing it. So... it basically just depends entirely on whether the person reviewing your content likes you or not. Unisex bathrooms were a thing in West Germany. Yeah, they still are. I mean, unisex bathrooms are a thing in the US too. Because that's the thing pretty much everywhere. Just in certain places it's going to be a lot less common than others. A Gladius of Destruction, which I can't use because my dexterity is too low. Let's see. Not great. It doesn't hold a candle to the hoe of destruction either. Jeez, these guys are hitting hard and fast. There we go. There's a big rock in the ground and I can't do anything with it. Let's see here. Let's see here. I mean, yeah, there are plenty of places, even in the U.S., that have unisex bathrooms. It's most common if it's, if there's just a bathroom and it's just one room. And now I'm slaying turtles. Such a great hero I am that I am just slaughtering the local wildlife. And I can't even make turtle soup out of them. Shaman must have an ability that just absorbs damage. Yeah, when you're talking about giallos, you're talking about stuff like Cannibal Holocaust, right? Yeah, YouTube frowns on that kind of thing, too. Also, my Italian is terrible, by the way, so don't expect any kind of decent pronunciations when it comes to Italian for me. Let's see here. Shouldn't turtles have strong armor? Well, I mean, yeah, they're turtles, but armor means nothing in the face of, I don't know, whatever weird magic this is. Ye olden crowd control. See, when the stacks actually... Okay, wow, that was a thing that happened. Okay. That turtle just... Okay. I can't even describe what that did. It's a Diablo clone. Nothing will make sense. Nothing ever makes sense. Jeez. So much damage. Going to die. Well, maybe not. We might be able to get this to work. Jeez. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. I love how I was clicking about as far away from the really nasty zombies of death as I could, and yet it still decided to attack them anyway. Down to one of these guys. If I take him down, then I should be good to go. Alright. Pick up this junk here. Any other junk to pick up? Yep. Light reinforced greaves. Okay. And then once I have... Ah, damn it. I should have known. Okay, there we go. Now we've cleared out the area. Now I can go back to town and sell my junk. And level up. So let's go ahead and do that. We're currently in the Megara region now. Let's see here.
What is it this time?
Can't even equip most of those. Alright.
Goodbye.
Whoop. Let me just quickly check here in the chat. Watching movies in dub is a sin. I don't know about that. It depends on the dub. And it depends on the individual movie or whatever. Like, for example, if you watch Ghost in the Shell, it's generally better in the dub than it is in the Japanese. At least for a native English speaker. Because the dub's actually really good. And the dub for Trigun and for Cowboy Bebop is also really good too. But those are about the only ones that I would recommend off the top of my head. Du verstehst also jede Sprache der Welt? Leider nein. Ja, natürlich. Murder mysteries are cool. Last interesting one you saw in the genre was Knives. I was actually very pleasantly surprised by Knives Out. I thought it was going to be garbage, and I actually ended up liking it quite a bit. The sequel, but the first one was pretty good. Yeah, a lot does get lost in translation and dub, but it like I said, it depends on the dub and it depends on what you're watching there. But generally speaking, I would say that watching original language with subtitles is better. That copper copus won't do me much good right now. Let's see here. Alright, so we go along the coast here, and eventually we're going to get to the town of Megara. Oh, I keep forgetting to level up. I should do that. Alright, I'll do that after I deal with these guys. Or this guy, I should say. Alright. Let me level up real quick. Okay, put a point into strength and a point into dex. Alright, now for our abilities. Let's see here. Equip that, and that. They're not great for now, however, they will be useful eventually. Didn't know I watch anime? Why didn't you know that? I've talked about it several times. mean, in my Q&A this past year, I actually specifically said when somebody asked what my favorite animated film was, I mentioned the original Ghost in the Shell from '95. Although it's kind of a tie between that and the Rankin and Bass production of The Hobbit. So. Where do you think you're going, Myrmidon? Oh, there's some gold. Running won't save you. I need the experience points. Desperately. I don't know what that turtle's spitting at me. It says salt spitter, but I'm pretty sure that's not salt. Oh. Turtle shell upgrade item. Always go for the spellcasters first. As a general rule. That goes for anything remotely resembling a role-playing game, and hell, any kind of action game for that matter too. A sharp coppice. Okay, we'll see what that does in a moment. Actually, since this is a different ability there, I'm going to go ahead and switch that over to that, and that over to that, and switch that to it. Let's see here. You prefer German and Swedish films with subs? Yep. You can't imagine watching Fassbinder or Herzog dubbed? Yeah. The Swedish is a pleasure to hear. Yeah, I guess, yeah. More often than not, I can understand what people are saying in Swedish even without the subtitles, although it can get tricky depending on what they're saying, because Swedish it's a pretty different language, all things considered. But more often than not, I can at least get the gist of what someone's trying to say. And we have now made it to the city of Megara, which is the first actual city-ish kind of thing in the game.
The dead raise their hand.
They're having an undead problem.
Welcome, welcome.
Alright, this sharp coppice is... Let's see.
I've got just what you're looking for.
I don't really think it'll be that helpful.
Satisfaction guaranteed. Good day.
We can upgrade the plumage there.
Good day then. Greetings. Your goods are safe with me.
Mr. Himmel über Berlin. I'm not familiar with that one off the top of my head. Since I like Ghost in the Shell, have I ever watched Kaiba? Nope. Can you imagine watching Ditwin? I cannot imagine watching Ditwin Togongan dub. Like, I shudder to think how bad it is.
The truth is, I'd have returned to the beach, but
That reminds me, I still haven't done the Poison Spring. I should probably go back and do that.
So, Leonidas sent you. He must have known leaving town is a dangerous one.
Yep, we've been awarded extra inventory.
Then you will be well on your way. The olive
By the way, when I said you can't expand your inventory, I lied. No, I actually legitimately forgot that that's a thing that happens in this game. Okay, we've unlocked the fast travel point now. Just a quick thing there. Let's deal with these undead that are just kind of being annoying here. Alright. Now, I guess I need to go back and let me see here. The Poison Spring. I guess I need to go over this way? No, wait. I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to just run back to where I was. Yeah, I definitely need to complete that quest because even though 1,500 experience points is basically nothing, especially when it takes you 26,000 to level up at level 9. No, I'm not going to ever get over this. Every bit helps. So completing every side quest is kind of mandatory. Alright. Let's see. Bone pile. Gold. The rest of it doesn't help me much. Tedros. Okay, they are doing a surprisingly large amount of damage to me. Okay. They're just they're slipping through the world. The game is collapsing in on itself all of a sudden. Oh no. Oh no. Shrine of Mastery. Might as well use it. That is quite enough of the nearly dying there, game. Where does this guy think he's going? He thinks running away will save him. It will not. And when the charge actually lets loose on that thing, it actually does a real pretty good amount of damage. Oh hey, we finally actually took out things in a single hit with that attack. Only they're level 4, you know. So. Let's see what we got here. A hardened bangle. Nope, nowhere near as good as what we've got right now. Your healing will not save you. Alright, let's see what else we got in here. More of these guys. What have we here? A small torch. Okay. Why is that a big deal? Let's see here. Required strength 96, dexterity 115. 21 to 22 damage. It's thrown. It's fast. Jeez. That thing is powerful. We're gonna hang on to that. Good lord. Who knew that the small torch was gonna be the bane of all enemies? Alright, just quickly check the chat here real quick. I keep saying that. Most people speaking German won't know all the details anyway. Yeah. Swedish is any easy, Finnish is hard. I mean, the only thing I can say in Finnish is perkele. So, you know. I can't even really say it that well. Learning English was kind of hellish in its own way. I mean, I can understand that, coming from Portuguese like that. Aren't enough films in Gaelic or Welsh. My Welsh is horrible. Let's see, City of Angels, huh, interesting. I have a similar idea to Ghost in the Shell. More outlandish and it left Earth. Oh, okay. I might look into it, we'll see. Grave of the Fireflies. There's a lot of stuff out there that's just really depressing. Cave Turtles. Vampire Hunter D. I think I've seen bits and pieces of Vampire Hunter D and didn't really care for it. I actually haven't seen as much Ghibli as I'd like. I've seen My Neighbor Totoro, Princess Mononoke, and I think Howl's Moving Castle is one of them too, isn't it? I haven't actually seen most of the ones that people swear by. Like, I haven't seen Ponyo, I haven't seen Nausicaa. So, let's see. Really need to get around to expanding the Ghibli films I've seen. Eventually. Don't mind me just exterminating the pests in the region. It's, you know, you play a game like this, you feel like a glorified exterminator. Let's see here. Some older anime had a lot of talking. Yeah, a lot of older anime did have a lot of talking in it. It just depended on exactly what you were watching. Let's see. Now I gotta go all the way back and figure out where the hell this stupid quest is and solve it. Oh. There's wreckage. It probably won't do me any good. Eh. Magic item that I can sell. Yeehaw. Pest controlled the game, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, the verbosity gets pretty ridiculous sometimes. Let's see, where am I going here? I gotta find this stupid spring thing that... Oh, this dude's respawned. Well, I guess I better clobber him. Let's see here. A necklace of dexterity. I mean, that's pretty nice, but it doesn't really do me any good right now. Let's see. So the village was back this way. Thankfully, I've unlocked that portal in the city of Megara, so I can just jump right back there once I'm done. Oh, I have to go down around or something. Basic navigation. It can get weird. Head over this way. Okay, I bet this is where I need to go. See, the NPCs will help you out if you lead them over, if you lead the enemies over to them. Literally has more words than the Bible and the Lord of the Rings trilogy combined. Ugh. But on the positive side, at least it's not Dostoevsky. At least it's not, you know, Russian fiction. Then it's miserable and it's verbose. Although it actually might still be verbose or miserable. I don't know. Let me rephrase. Miserable, verbose, and poorly translated. Yeah, fun fact, by the way. In anticipation for the upcoming Stalker 2, I decided that I should probably go back and revisit the Stalker games and do it kind of properly. Meaning that I should watch the Stalker film and also read the book Roadside Picnic. That was a terrible idea. A really, really awful idea. Deathweaver's leg tip. What is that? It's okay. That's a powerful weapon. Okay. Let's see here. Still a bit of annoyed that they supposed to develop the flare engine. I don't know what the flare engine is, so I can't really talk too much about that. Took half a year reading every single day in order to finish Umineko. Okay. Dostoevsky is definitely melodramatic. That's just kind of the writing style of that period in general. It's a water nymph.
I am a naiad, the spirit of this spring. Pagea I am called. My water has been tainted and I am ill. If the spiders are not destroyed...
Okay, well, let's just go, let's be the exterminator again. Nasty spiders is... However, I now have a weapon that actually does a pretty decent amount of damage, so, you know. For my level, all things considered. And it poisons things, too, which... You would think that these things would be immune to poison, but apparently not. Got a venom sac, an upgrade item. Let's see what this ornate chest has in it. Alright. Triple sort of ability. Okay, cool. Clock register 230 hours only reading. Ugh. Didn't like Roadside Picnic. Honestly, I most of the time could barely even tell what was happening in Roadside Picnic because the translation is just so weird. It's just written in a really odd way where it's just kind of hard to tell what's going on and who's saying what, and it's just I don't know. I could not get into it at all. Crime and Punishment felt like you knew nothing about Russia and its culture. I mean, yeah, it's... You gotta remember, too, that Dostoevsky is from the period of Imperial Russia. So... it's quite different from what we know from the Soviet era onwards. It was back when they were actually trying to be more European. Translation of 100 Years of Solitude that isn't bone dry. Good luck, because, well, that's just the way it's written as far as I can tell. It's kind of like when people try to read Kafka. Because I've read Kafka auf Deutsch, and it is... I mean, it's easier to understand what's going on and what he's going for in the original German, but it's not any less dry, let's put it that way. No, not a water nympho, a water nymph. She is a naiad. You wish learning languages were easier? Well, a lot of it depends on the individual, too. Like, I have a much easier time learning languages than most people. I will readily admit that. Does not help me much these days, unfortunately. But, let's see here. Yeah, I benefit more from the 8 strength there. Right now, anyway. And we found Deathweaver's Chitin. What is this? It is way better armor than what I'm currently wearing. make a trip back to town here. Let's go back to Megara. Castle's bone dry in any translation you've read. Yeah. Kafka translations can be misleading. Yeah, they can, which is really frustrating.
You strike me as a bow and arrow sort.
Oops, I didn't mean to sell that. Hang on to that torch.
Farewell!
Why these monsters?
And then we just go back there. Metamorphosis is a bit too relatable for you. Ugh. Those RVC PNV in a Russian book. Avoid it like a plague. Yeah. You know, the thing about Kafka is really good. The problem is that he just wrote in a style that is really difficult to get through. If that makes sense. Okay, we have purged the taint of the spring. It is now literally glowing. Cool. I guess we can go talk to the Naiad here, and she's probably ecstatic. But hey, we got a decent weapon and some nice armor out of it, so there's that.
You have cleansed the poison from the cave. Thank you, stranger.
Yay! Finished the quest. Now I can go back and actually continue on into the main quest. Go sell some junk here.
Welcome!
Alright, let's see here. It might be worth... Yeah, it'll be worth upgrading those, I think. Finally get Corinthian helms, except we can't use them because it requires too much strength.
Farewell!
Clearly you have to be a manly man, or in this case, I guess a womanly woman to...
Everyone's talking about the yes. I found out with a old elusive. The three princes. Could the old tales be true?
Let's see here. On to fighting more undead, but first... Alright. So, on to fighting more undead. I'm going to go ahead and save the game real quick. And I'm going to take a very quick break here. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about the wait there. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Okay, talking about Kafka. It really is like a single player MMO. In a lot of ways it kind of is, yeah. Alright, you have to leave for work. Thanks for tuning in there, darling. There will not be a stream tomorrow, but there will be one on Thursday. W.S. Burroughs' last trilogy. I've not read the W.S. Burroughs much, actually. Have I ever played Magic the Gathering? I have, in fact, played Magic the Gathering. I had to use borrowed decks, though. So I basically had no idea what I was doing. Yeah, the Thursday stream is still going to be Nethergate. Well, specifically Nethergate Resurrection. Which is the technically a remake of Nethergate, but it's even on the same engine, effectively. So it's not really a remake as much as a remaster. Okay, they are doing a ton of damage. So now I have angry cat girls coming after me. Yeah, as far as Magic the Gathering goes, I didn't really care for it. But to be fair, I don't really care for TCGs in general, so... Okay, that weapon has pretty much single-handedly turned us from doing basically nothing to enemies to actually just plowing through them like they're made of tissue paper. Although it still seems like we're made of tissue paper too, because we still take a ton of damage. I imagine that will help, that will be alleviated somewhat when I eventually get the defense mastery up. That's a lot of damage. And we leveled up. Cool. What we got here? Alleviating reinforced greaves. Probably something else to sell. So the game is a 1 out of 10 now. I guess. So let's see here. Enfeebling hunting hatchet. It's just flat out better than what we're currently using, so we're just going to throw that on there. And let's go ahead and level up here. I'm going to put some points into dexterity. And I am going to get defense mastery up to 4 so I can actually start getting some of these powers. And it also gives us a bunch of strength and dexterity along with it. All right. But on the positive side, we have almost 150,000 gold here compared to the game I was playing yesterday, Mordor: The Depths of Dejanol. We're actually kind of swimming in gold right now. See, in Mordor, you can have millions upon millions of gold, and it will be gone in a heartbeat, because even early on in the game, things cost several million gold. It is a cruel game. It is a very cruel game. I really need to get around to messing with its sequel, or technical sequel, I guess, a spiritual successor, Demise: Rise of the Kutan. I did find out something interesting about Demise that you might be interested in there, Rochester. The way they set it up, Demise, you go through the dungeon as you normally would when you play Demise: Rise of the Kutan. When you get to the end of the Demise content, the stuff that launched with the original game, if you have the Ascension expansion, then after you finish the Demise content, Ascension happens and it completely restructures the entire dungeon and dramatically expands the size of the floors. And then when you do Revenge of the Tavern Keeper, which is the second expansion, sorry, the content just kind of comes up on top of that, I think. So that's actually kind of neat. That said, it is still an absolutely massive game, and it will take you probably hundreds upon hundreds of hours to finish, so there's, you know... And that's just talking about the base game by itself, let alone Ascension. There are people who've been playing that game for the better part of a decade and still haven't actually finished it. Or at the very least, they haven't been able to find all of the content. They've certainly been able to get to the end of the dungeon and defeat the final boss and things like that, but they haven't discovered everything that's in it. Okay, just open that up and get to smacking undead again. Plowing through enemies now. Although that probably won't be happening for too much longer. Let's see here. You were thinking about Mordor must be heavy as hell carrying so much gold. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, when you're when you go into the dungeon and wander around, you're talking about thousands of gold pieces, but you're not talking about millions. So I think what the idea would be is that you go into the dungeon, you come back with however many thousands of gold you have. I would assume there's magic involved in the gold pouches or whatever. And then well, you bring everything back, you put it in the bank, and then you would use checks or letters of credit or something along those lines to actually shop, is what I would guess. That would be what would make sense to me, but obviously it's not explained in the game because there's no need to explain it in the game. But if I were to do some world building, that would be basically how I would do it. Oh, we got us another boss enemy. We got Menon, Prince of the Bow, who keeps running away from me. I guess it's time to break out the Dream Strike thingy. Running away won't save you. Get the skeleton there, please. Thank you. And hey there, Kyle. I'm doing okay. Just suffering through Titan quests. You're curious to see how much a pet costs in Mortar? I cannot remember. I mean, if you count the various companions, then it would be. Then it might be variable, but. Mini bosses, actually. Opus of Dexterity, a Bat Fang. But the companions, it depends on the type of them, obviously. I mean, you could end up hiring like a cave bear or something, and it would cost you a couple thousand, probably. I would imagine for simple pets like a hamster, it probably would actually be pretty cheap. What was the quest for a hand all about? Oh, I did find out afterwards because I actually managed to, because I did some Mordoring after the stream too, and got everybody up a few more levels. The quest for Initiate's Hands, one of the, I think it's like a spellcasting focus type weapon, is called a hand. So there's like Gnarled Hands is the cursed one, but one of the low-level ones is called Initiate's Hands, and so if we find an Initiate's Hands item, then that counts as the that counts for the victory of the quest. So I was able to find one, and I was able to get Sif leveled up a few more times. She's up to like level 23 now, I think, in Nomad. So she actually has some pretty decent HP now. Her stats still aren't very good, but she can cast the heal spell twice, so there is that. She's not completely useless. My thief still can't cast the unlocking cantrip though. Band of Brawn. We got another Bat Fang. Alright, let's see what these things do. Bat Fang is Life Leech. I figured it might be Life Leech. We already had a couple of those, so might as well go ahead and equip those. Let's see here. We don't really have rings to replace the ones we've got right now. It's not really any better than what we got. Let me switch over to this here. I'll go ahead and swap that out. Thankfully, there's no weight limits or anything like that in this game, so there's that. Can she finally cast Detect Rock? No, she cannot. She still needs to bump up 3 stats by 1. So she only needs 1 more stat increase on the few stats that she is lacking in that one. Let's see here. A Sanguine Axe. Nowhere near as good as this Death Weaver's leg tip, I don't think. And protective embossed bracers. That is quite a bit more armor. However, if I equip them, then I lose the strength that allows me to have the other stuff, so. That is one thing I really hate about games like this, where they have stat requirements, but they also have items that increase your stats. So, if you try to swap them out for something better, it's like, oh no, you can't do that, because now suddenly you can't equip these other things that you already had equipped, but you just don't actually have the raw stats for.
You can't hold anymore.
Oh, we finally got to the point where we can no longer hold that in inventory. Okay, well, I guess we'll have to head back to town and sell our junk. Ascended camp follower. No, she's more like just a really crappy mage. Let's see, make sure I didn't sell anything I didn't want to get rid of. Nope, we're good. All right.
Come again.
Drop these upgrade items off. We got another bat fang. We can combine those. Essence of the Agents of Athena.
Bye.
Alright. Combine those and then just stick these all in storage here. Oop, wrong thing.
Good day then. What can I do for you?
There we go.
Nothing else?
Is this game gonna get a review redux? That's the idea. That is the idea. And this time it'll also include expansions that I did not have previously, so I did not have Immortal Throne when I did my original video. And now okay, that happened. And I respawn all the way back here. Awesome. Thanks, game. Thank you so much. Now I gotta go all the way back. But hey, at least I get to grab the tiny amount of loot that I didn't have previously. Might as well go over this way and clobber anything that's in my way while I'm at it. Stalker introduced you to Inventory Tetris. Your reaction was no thanks. You know, Inventory Tetris has been a thing for a long time in a lot of different games. One of my favorite games of all time has Inventory Tetris, and that would be Arcanum. But you have quite a big inventory, so it's not that big of a deal. Plus, you get followers, so you can hand some of the stuff off to them, too. Oh, I need to reactivate my aura skill here. Go back in here and get my lost experience. Peak of inventory Tetris was Resident Evil 4. Yep. I would agree with that. Also, fun reminder that Resident Evil 4 is the only Resident Evil game that I actually legitimately enjoy playing. At least that I have played thus far. Let me put it that way. I claimed 83 experience. This guy is a problem. There we go. That's more like it. That's more like it. Alright, let me drop this craptastic Falcata. Stalker also has a relatively low weight limit, so it makes you do inventory Tetris all the time. Yeah, it gets really annoying. I do think that's something they that the Stalker Anomaly team tweaked, though, if you play Stalker Anomaly. And of course, it's, you know, it is moddable, so. Lady Dimitrescu. Let's see here. I think we've cleared this whole area out now. Stalker has the most annoying firearm progression you've ever seen. I mean, as far as first-person shooters go, yeah, I guess it does, doesn't it? You go from a Makarov that can't hit the broadside of a barn to, well, literally anything that's better. We got all this junk laying around here. Okay. Alright, some health potions. We're now getting regular health potions as opposed to lesser health potions, so worth noting. Not that it really matters much because, you know, I only have a maximum of 790 HP, and these restore that just fine. Guys out. Head back to town here real quick. I should be able to turn in this quest.
So the skeletons will, in future time,
You have put an end to a great evil.
A whopping 2,500 experience. So much, so great when I need 20,000 to level up. Ugh. So now I need to travel to Delphi. Let's see, what is this? Alright, look for chests among the wreckage. And then an olive branch from a sacred tree in a grove near Ambrosos. Okay. So I guess we go along here on the coast and see if there's something we can do with this. And I may also be missing something here too. Starting micro might as well be a squirt gun, yeah, it might as well be. So it appears that whatever I'm looking for is probably not along in here. Yeah, it's not along in here. Okay. Hogwarts Legacy, it's a modern AAA game. Which means that if it weren't for the controversy surrounding it, it would just be really, really mid at best. One of those things where they did a very nice job with the visuals and the sound and things like that, but other than that, it's just, you know, bland, I think would be the way to describe it.
Hello there! Satisfaction guaranteed.
Like, honestly, I thought about doing a video on it, but then I realized, you know what? I actually don't really have much to say about it. Because it's not a very interesting game. So. Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing here. I guess I need to get down to that coast somehow? Maybe? I don't know. What am I missing here? I guess I keep going north. I don't know. It's actually impressive about more was made by one guy, as far as you know. It was his first release, and it actually just works. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's legitimately impressive. There's a lot of weird old games like that where it was just one or two guys made them, and they just work as long as it's on an operating system that still functions anyway. And they work really well, and they're surprisingly complex games. And of course, Angry Joe loves it. He's a buffoon. Oh look, it's Polyphemus. Let's clobber the living crap out of Polyphemus and completely destroy, you know, Greek mythology while we're at it. Obviously, I'm joking. He does a lot of damage, which makes sense because he's a giant. a lot of damage. However, I managed to beat him. And then he turned into a horrible just blob. That's the thing. Nobody did this. That is the achievement you get for defeating Polyphemus. I like that. That's a nice little reference. Essence of the valor of Achilles. Let's see here. Angry Joe also gives Skyrim a 10 out of 10. Yeah, he did. I will be fair. Angry Joe, when he rants and raves about the Madden series, I'm there for it. When he rants and raves about legitimate problems in the industry, I can get behind him. But when he's just talking about games and such, and just what he thinks is fun versus not and all that, well, not so much. Let's see what's in here. Oh, look. More pest extermination. And yeah, Joe just parrots the general online sentiment. A lot of the big critics do, which is really annoying. And I mean, even when I find myself agreeing with the majority, I sit there and wonder if I just sit there like, am I really just going to say the same thing that everybody else is saying? It actually legitimately annoys me. Because obviously you don't want to just say the same thing that everybody else is saying, I guess, unless you're Angry Joe. But sometimes, very rarely, but sometimes, the majority is correct. More often than not, if the majority is correct, it's partially correct rather than fully correct. But if it's fully correct about something, then it's, obviously everybody's going to be basically saying the same thing. This won't annoy his dad Neptune at all. Nope. No, it will not. You kill Poseidon's son and there's no immediate consequences. I can't remember offhand if there are actually consequences, but there's not necessarily immediate ones as soon as you strike him down. I mean, that's just straight up better than what I got. Where do you think you're going? I guess the shipwreck thing will be over here somewhere. Turtle shell. Alrighty. Marines mean... I mean, like, if a game is just bad and you can tell just at a glance, pretty much everybody's going to be able to say, yeah, it's bad. Essence of Archimedes, a mirror. enough space. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that'd be slightly better. Very, very slightly better. Greek pantheon was one of those strangest of dysfunctional families. That it was. But that's partly why it's so interesting. Definitely agree with the majority on Tarkov. Yeah, the whole Tarkov situation is just a mess. Like, I had been specifically waiting for Tarkov to come to a major platform like Steam or something, but it never has, and so I've just never really gotten to picking it up, and now I'm kind of glad I never did.
You can't hold anymore.
I still have no idea what this is for. Like, I haven't found anything that fits into that slot, otherwise it would have been automatically equipped. It might be a pet slot or something, I'm not sure. Head back to my goal and sell my jump.
Hello there!
Alright, let's see here. Sell this stuff, sell that. Sanguine Cyclops Club. No thank you. A light Corinthian Great Helm of Proficiency. Yeah, I'll go ahead and sell it.
Farewell!
Storage for the burdened traveler! Bye!
And then we just combine those together.
I can hold that for you!
Just stick those in there.
Good day then!
I'm going to go ahead and sell this ring.
What can I do for you?
I still don't have enough dexterity to equip the throwing torch.
Nothing else?
Saw a video talking about how Tarkov's going in the red, developing Arena. Well, yeah, they shouldn't have developed Arena. It's that simple. Nobody wanted it. Yeah, I figure we'll go ahead and clear out this cave, and then I will... I think I'll call it a stream after that. And if you want to see me continue on through the ancient world, go ahead and let me know. We might see them trying to continue streaming Titan Quest in the future. Malnor Dark Tide. Okay. That's a heck of a name. Okay, that is a lot of damage, and he is healing quite rapidly. Probably because of this guy. There we go. see. He didn't seem to drop anything particularly interesting. Okay. And let's see what else we got in here. A bone pile. And a big old turtle. Which we're gonna bonk upside the head a few times. Might get to the next level by the end of the video, or by the end of the stream. I'm not sure. We will find out. You know what, I'm gonna go ahead and finish fighting these guys, and I'm gonna call it a stream because I gotta get some stuff done here. So, all right. Yeah, Tarkov's arena mode is garbage. I don't know why they decided to do it, but they did, and it's baffling. Anyway, thank you all very much for tuning in to today's stream. I again will be streaming on Thursday, probably around the same time. And I will be streaming Nethergate Resurrection, so stay tuned for that. Tomorrow I should have the Wrath Eon of Ruin video going up, so stay tuned for that as well. So thank you all for tuning in, and I will catch you all later.